Lovington Lady Wildcats softball from Portales. I'm Dawn Morgan along with TJ Miracle, and we are getting ready for the first of a doubleheader today. This is a district tilt, and Lovington comes in with some momentum, having beaten Goddard both games of their doubleheader on Saturday. So we will start off, of course, Lovington, being the visitors, will be up to bat first. And their lineup is number 3, Avery Marquez in center field. She's batting first. Batting second is number 4, Honey Morales in shortstop position. Batting third is 13, Angelina Corral, playing third base today. Batting fourth is number 11, Lainey Urahara, and she is your starting pitcher for Lovington today. Batting fifth is 10, Sienna DePorto, your catcher. Batting sixth is number 14, Chloe Corral. She is your left fielder. Batting seventh is Riley Dunlap. She is jersey number 6, and she plays right field. Batting eighth is number 2, Anaí Reyes. She is your designated player. And number 5, Leila Hernandez, is playing second base today. Number 9, Jocelyn Olguin, is playing first, and she is your flex player. And starting lineup for your home Lady Rams of Portales is batting first, number 5, Tegan Faust. She's playing shortstop. Batting second is number 7, Cashlyn Frey. She's playing center field. Batting third is number 14, Adri Garcia. She's playing first base. Batting fourth is number 21, Kenzie Rowland. She is your catcher. Batting fifth is number 23, Bailey Hinterleiter, who is your designated player. Batting sixth is number 11, Emma Long. She's your third baseman. Batting seventh is number 3, Olivia Gonzalez. She is your starting pitcher for the Lady Rams today in this first game. And batting eighth is number 15, Syria Aguirre, who is your second baseman. And batting ninth is number 1, Iram Lujan, who is your left fielder. 10th, of course, not batting, but she is your flex player. Number 2, Abby Marquez, who is playing right field. And your Lady Rams are coached by Coach Bonner, your head coach, the assistant, Coach Rodriguez. Lovington Ladies, of course, the head coach is Coach McCraw, with several assistants, Rose Martin, Im Payan, and Jay DePorto. And you are listening to us today on Milwaukee Digital and One Radio Square Sports. The umps are on the field. The ladies have taken their warm-ups, and I was awaiting some kind of, I guess maybe once the Lady Rams take the field, maybe they're going to have some kind of
I was told they were going to have somebody doing some stuff up here, but apparently that did not happen.
Some kind of announcement or presentation of players and or the national anthem. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what they do. The Lady Rams have taken the field, and Avery Marquez is standing over and ready to be first up at bat. So let's set your field. Gonzalez on the mound for your Lady Rams. Roland catching. First base is Garcia. Aguirre at second. Long at third. Faust at short. And then left to right, Lujan, Fraze, and Marquez. And the Lady Rams are coming into this with an overall record of 1-5, I believe.
1-6.
1-6.
And 0-2 in district as they ran into Portales, or rather Artesia, over the weekend, of course, who will be playing on Saturday. Yeah, right. Saturday. Okay. With all the changes that we've had the last little bit, it's, yeah. Oh. Yeah, okay. That's me.
That's
okay.
right. Okay.
All right.
I set up the board and was by myself in number 1 on Saturday. So, yeah, I'm reaching over and adjusting the wrong mic level.
So I think going to be important for the Lady Cats to come out today and really attack. They should have on paper the advantage, but, hey, that's why you play the games. And this will be our final games at this facility. We were told they would have new ones next year.
Swing and a miss for strike 1, 0-1 now on Marquez. And yes, I think you're right, as Lovington is always pretty aggressive at the bat. That is one thing. They are a team of hitters, and they don't waste a lot of time, and usually don't go down looking if they do strike out. A well-hit ball, a nice line drive between short and third, and that's going to put Marquez on first. There's a reason why she is the leadoff hitter, because more than likely she ends up right there, at least on first. So a hit to start the game, and I think that's a good thing. With after just seeing one pitch, Marcos was ready to tear into that.
Well, it's one of those, I think right now they're going to just do everything they can, get on base, get around, and they want to try and maybe run this out before the weather comes in.
Honey Morales at the plate, and she takes a pitch. It's going to be high and outside for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count. Honey Morales playing shortstop again. She played short for both games on Saturday. And there's a pitch high and outside, a throw down to second base, not in time. So Marquez is going to have a stolen base and now be in scoring position for Lovington. And yes, I think Lovington is probably going to be aggressive at the bat. I think they're going to be aggressive on base with their base running. I think they're just going to look to score, to try to be dominant, and to get this one over. And there's a wild pitch, actually goes behind Marquez, and Roland tries for it, but ends up going back to the screen for it. And Marquez says, "Thank you very much. I'll take third base."
Yeah, as Gonzalez in the ring has pretty good velocity or control, at least in the early going. Probably not quite where Portales wants to see it.
Nope, 3-0 on Morales now. You got to think the take sign's on. It is, but she puts a nice one, a nice fastball over the inside corner for strike one. So if she can throw strikes when you have to, that's, of course, one of the things you've got to do as an effective pitcher, is be able to put it over the plate. And the fourth ball is going to go outside and a walk. So Morales takes first. Now runners, and she just takes second, takes first, and then nobody's looking and paying attention to her. So Morales just strolls right on over to second. Very sneaky, very quiet, but it's legal.
Yep, certainly is, and it takes the force off. So that's a good heads-up play.
Angelina Corral coming up to the plate, your third baseman for Lovington. She was in the lineup playing second base all of the season until Coach McCraw made some adjustments before last Saturday. And that first ball was a ball to her. So 1-0 the count, a swing and a little excuse me swing, and she immediately said, and it hit the plate, so it's a strike. I think she was afraid that was going to roll fair and she was going to be stuck with what I call a swinging bunt, because sometimes you swing away but you hit it wrong, you hit under it or over it, and it just acts like a bunt, and that one hit the plate, so strike one. And that is going to be catch the outside corner. So a breaking ball, again, a nice fast ball, as Gonzalez finding a little bit more speed here and a little bit more rhythm. The count 1-2 now. Runners on second and third for Lovington. And this is a fast ball coming in over the plate, and it's hit well, but a fly out in center field is caught. Fraze comes under it, easily gets it, but throws in, and on the throw, Marcus scores. So a sac fly out to center field. It spent a long time in the air. Angelina Corral, that is, has an RBI sac fly, and Lovington is on the board 1-0 with a runner now sitting at third.
And so that'll bring Lainey Udahara to the plate. Udahara, of course, pitching here in game one of this doubleheader, as Coach McCraw choosing to give Kaylee Vega at least the first game off. So Lainey with a chance now to help her own cause out with one out and a runner at third.
And it's a fastball. She swings at the first one she sees. It's a long pop fly, and it falls out between second base and right field, and it is going to score. Morales from third. So Honey Morales crossing the plate. Udahara with an RBI single. Beautiful ball. It was higher than a Texas leaguer, but it really was playing deep out there in right field. Marcus didn't have time to get into it, and Aguirre couldn't drift back fast enough, so it fell in. And that's going to bring up number 10, Sienna DePorto, your catcher, up to the plate.
And I noticed that Aguirre is wearing a big knee brace on the right knee, so, that may have slowed her down just a little bit and let that little flare fall in.
Yeah, and it was definitely a good time and a good place to hit that with a runner on third ready to come in.
And we do have a courtesy runner in, Daphne Udahara, running for her sister, Lainey.
Right, and as we often see and often have, courtesy runners for the catcher and pitcher. So Lainey Udahara up to the plate, though.
Now DePorto,
yes. And first ball comes in. There's a throw down to second to try to keep the courtesy runner on first, but Daphne steals second base. So the catcher, Roland, is not shy about throwing, but so far they have not managed to pick off any of the Lady Cats. So now you've got runner out in scoring position. And, a blistering hit off the end of the bat. Sienna DePorto cracks one out between first and second base, and that is going to score all the way from second, Daphne Udahara. So Sienna DePorto with an RBI single, and we still don't have any. We have one out, so only one out in this game, and the Lady Rams want to gather up and talk about it, take a little bit of a time out. So we will just keep it right here. We probably won't be too long. We'll talk about the fact that the Lady Wildcats are standing up and they've come to play. They are definitely aggressive on as far as base running, at the bat. I mean, we've seen 1, 2, 4 hits again right now with just 5 batters. So it's crazy.
3 hits, 3 hits and a walk, and the sack. So
okay, 3 hits. Yeah, the RBI single, and the line drive single that Marcus started off with. So. Yeah,
Coach Bonner taking a long time out there. I can't believe that
and the walk.
I can't believe that the ump hasn't gone out and said, "Okay, break it up. Let's play a little softball here."
Well, I guess if you give one team a little bit, the benefit of the doubt, and a little bit longer, then hopefully the other team will get that time if they need it as well. So your score is 3-0, 1 out here in the top of the first inning. Lovington in charge of this one so far, and Chloe Corral up at the bat. She takes a cut at the first one she sees and fouls it off to the right, out of play, over by the tennis courts for strike number 1. So there is also a courtesy runner on first for DePorto.
That's Boyle.
That's number 8, Jaden Boyle. Second hit, high fly in the air to right field. Coming under it is Marquez, and she catches that. So Corral flying out to right field, and that will keep Boyle on first. So that just becomes the second out. So with 2 outs, Lovington leading this one 3-0 after with 3 hits. Thank you very much. And brings number 6, Riley Dunlap, your right fielder, up to the plate. She's batting in the 7th slot. First pitch is in, swing and a miss for strike number 1. But Dunlap with a good cut at it. And you've got Boyle out on first. 2 outs. It's possible. Lovington can do a lot of damage with 2 outs. Oh, and the second pitch comes in. The runner is going to second. Boyle stealing second. So the Lady Cats are just ferocious on the base paths today.
Yeah,
so.
Any chance that they see, and it was just a little bobble behind the plate by Rowland, and Boyle took off. 1-1 count to Dunlap.
And this is going to be a wild pitch, high and outside, and that is going to send Boyle over to third. So Boyle, who got on with that DePorto hit, and Boyle, the runner, now has moved all the way over to third, and a good chance to score, saying that Lovington can do a lot of damage with 2 outs and with 2 out rallies. And a great hit, a line drive shot right up the middle, and Fraze out there in center gets it in, but it is going to score. Boyle from third, so Lovington is now 4 up on the Lady Rams, and Dunlap with an RBI single, and that's going to bring up Anaí Reyes, their designated player, to the plate, batting 8th.
And Riley just sat back on that and scalded it.
Yeah, and there's a throw down to second as Riley Dunlap tries to steal, and they throw her out. She just didn't get a real good jump on that ball. So on the throw out, finally that inning is over, but not before Lovington puts 4 on the board. So we will be back in the bottom of the first inning with that on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Attention shoppers. Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
Devon Energy is proud to support the athletic programs of Lovington High School this season. By partnering with local schools in Lovington, Devon is making an investment in the long-term future of the community. Sports teach discipline, teamwork, and leadership. Skills our youth will use to succeed for a lifetime. From the Devon team to yours, Devon Energy wishes you good luck this season, both on the field and in the classroom. Go Wildcats!
For the Lady Cats in their half of the first, 4 runs on 4 hits, no errors committed, and nobody left on base. We head to the bottom of the first. It's Lovington 4, Portales coming to bat. I'm TJ Miracle, and with the call, here's Dawn Morgan.
And this is going to be the Lady Rams' first chance to show us what they've got at the bat. And I'm still marking that throw from 2 to 4 that threw out Dunlap for that third out in the top of the first inning, as Tegan Faust will come up first to bat for the Lady Rams. She plays shortstop. Number 7, Cashlyn Fraze, the center fielder, is on deck, and number 14, Adri Garcia, your first baseman, is in the hole. As the Lovington Lady Cats take the field for the first time today. Here we are at bottom of the second inning, and the Lady Cats jumped out to a 4-0 lead, as they are looking to just be dominant today. And that means they're going to have to now be a good defensive team. They play good defensive ball for the most part in both games on Saturday against Goddard. First ball is slapped at by Faust, who is a left-handed batter, so she does that slap hit, and it rolls foul though.
Trying to just get it right down the line, as Corral is actually now going to take about a step over towards that line, move in a little bit.
Make a little bit of a correction now that she knows that that Faust may try that again, same place. So Faust, left-handed batter, and DePorto going out to the mound just to visit with Udahara just a bit.
The outfield playing fairly straight away and about halfway back.
So pretty normal setup for your field for Lovington. I'll set that for you in just a moment. Shows bunt, lays one down. It stays foul though. It in fact never got in front of the plate. So that just becomes strike number 2, and you got to think that with 2 strikes on her, she's not going to try to bunt again. But she may still try to slap hit and then take off. She sets up at the very back of the box, as far back as she can, and a little slap, and that's going to go foul. In fact, one of the coaches in the third base box is going to reach out and grab that. So I would assume is that Coach Bonner down there in the
I believe so,
in the coach's box on the third base line. And she's not wearing a glove, just reached out and got that. And this pitch, slap, and this is going to be a little infield hit. Corral's got it. Oh, and safe. Very quick. Man, Faust has some speed, and she beat that out. So an infield hit, because and there was nothing any different that Corral could have done. She was playing in on it. She got it. She fielded it cleanly. No bobble. Great throw. Great catch. It's just one of those. It's just an infield single.
Yeah, sometimes it happens.
Sometimes it is. Number 7, Cashlyn Fraze, your center fielder, up to the plate. She shows bunt, and she's going to pop it, and DePorto's got it. Turns around to throw down to try to catch Faust off of first, but no good. So it is going to be 1 out, though. Little pop to the catcher, little foul pop. And that brings number 14, Adri Garcia, to the plate. She is your first baseman. She bats from the right side. You do have Faust on first base, though, and as quick as she is, you got to think she's going to look to steal as soon as she can. And the first pitch is nice. That's a great pitch by Udahara. Nice fastball right over the outside corner for strike 1. So 0-1 on Garcia. Neither pitcher has so far had to pitch a lot of balls. Oh, and a long ball is hit. That may be out of the park. It is out. And Adri Garcia just picked the one up and sent it sailing out over the left field fence. And that is a 2 RBI home run. And that puts the Lady Rams on the board, and now it's 4-2 your score. 1 out here in the bottom of the first inning with 21, Kenzie Rowland coming up to bat. Rowland, your catcher for the Lady Rams.
And on that one, it was basically just a case of Garcia sitting back looking for that fastball, and Udahara put it right down the pipe, and not missing it was Garcia, and she put that one out there a long way.
She did. That landed probably about, 15, 20 feet outside the fence, and was bounced and still going across the street. We'll see what Rowland has. She hits a fly ball out between left and center, a long ball. It's going to go to the fence. Going out for it, though, is Chloe Corral in left field with a good throw in, and that's going to keep Rowland on first. So Rowland with a nice single, a long fly, out to the field, and that's going to bring up number 23, Bailey Hinterleiter. She is your designated player. So the Lady Rams have also come to play here today. They're not being shy. They're standing up, and they're not requiring very many pitches to look at before they start swinging and slamming. I was just in the middle of saying that neither pitcher has had to pitch very many of balls, because each team has just been going ahead and swinging very quickly. So not working the count up at all. Let's see what Hinterleiter does. The pitch comes in, a beautiful ball. Actually, Udahara took just a little off that and painted the right corner with it, the outside corner, for strike one. 0-1 on Hinterleiter. You've got Roland sitting out there on first base. This is going to come in. Oh, and that's a beautiful pitch, too. That was a changeup. Man, that was a watermelon. And, yes, I just saw Hinterleiter took a look over at Coach Bonner in the third and said, oh, man, that was the pitch to hit. And it certainly was. It becomes strike two. 0-2 the count. You got to think she's bringing the heat, and she does. It's going to be just a little too outside. So your count is 1-2 on Hinterleiter. We've got a good game. We've got some noisy fans in a good way. Noisy in a good way over here for Portales. Got a good contingent from Lovington. They're being a little more quiet. There's a DePorto with a nice throw down to first, trying to catch Faust catching Roland off base, but she did not. Still, DePorto is not shy about throwing. She's got a great arm. And the count now is 2-2. It's even on Hinterleiter. Nice fastball, got her swinging. Oh, what a good pitch from Udahar. She kept it low, and it was a sizzler across the plate and a strikeout, the first for Udahara in the game, and that's the second out in this inning, as that brings up number 11, Emma Long, your third baseman, to bat. Emma, she sets up more toward the back of the, she backs up more toward the back of the box, but she sets up toward the front, close to the pitcher. And the first pitch is going to come in right at the letters over the plate for strike one. And you've got Roland still sitting on first. 2 outs now. And you've got 4-2 your score. Lovington leading. Portales still batting. And a nice hit is going to hit the glove of Dunlap out in right field. She took about 1.5 steps forward to be able to get that. And that's your third out. And that means Lovington has successfully held the Portales Lady Rams to just 2 hits in this inning. They still have a 2-run lead. We're going to go to the top of the second inning with Lovington coming up to bat. 4-2 your score. We'll be back with more Lady Cat softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
General Welding Supply, Inc., the only locally owned and operated welding supply shop in Lee County. Why is shopping local important? There are many reasons. Shopping local keeps your dollar right here in Lee County. The staff at General Welding Supply shops the same stores you do. How about support? General Welding Supply supports local by sponsoring schools and youth sports. Shop General Welding Supply in Hobbs and Lovington. General Welding Supply, a proud supporter of Lovington sports. Find them fast.
And welcome back to Lady Cat softball from the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and 1 runner left on for Portales. As we head to the second, it's Lovington 4, Portales 2, and with the call, here's Dawn Morgan.
Thank you very much, TJ Miracle. Coming up to bat is number 2, Anaí Reyes, your designated player, and she cuts and swings at the very first one she sees and fouls it off to the right beyond the Lady Rams dugout. Actually out of play, as a matter of fact. So strike one. But we continue to see Lovington and the Lady Rams were doing this too. They were standing right up there and often swinging out that very first pitch. And the second pitch is going to be high and outside for ball number 1. So 1-1 the count on Reyes, your designated player, jersey number 2. And Lovington wanting to increase their lead. They started off the game with 4 runs, and there's a hit high in the air, and it's going to fall behind Aguirre. Again, Mark is playing back deep and not able to come forward. Aguirre called for it and was drifting back, trying to catch that over her head behind her, and that's always that's always problematic. Sometimes you can manage to do that, but not. So that becomes a single and puts Reyes on first. So a runner on first, and showing bunt is Hernandez, your second baseman. She doesn't hit the ball. She doesn't make contact with it, but she leaves it down, and it is a strike. Roland threw down to first to try to keep Reyes honest. And Reyes scrambled back in time. So 0-1 your count on Hernandez. It'll be interesting to see if she chose bunt again. Nope, she hits away, and she hits it right straight back to the pitcher, and it's hard to handle, and she's going to beat it out because that pitcher and the ball goes by. There's a throw down to second, and it's a bad throw, and that sends the runner all the way over to third, and then there was another bad throw, a high throw, but luckily it hit the dugout and ended up kind of bouncing back. So now we have runners sitting out on second and third for Lovington.
And almost disaster there as Reyes kind of got hung up just trying to decide what to do between second and third, and finally Coach McCraw said, just go!
Yeah, and that brings the top of the lineup up, and Avery Marquez hits a long fly ball out to left field. It's caught by Lujan, but it is going to be an RBI. It's going to score Reyes from third, and it's going to move Hernandez over to third. She slides in under the tag, under the throw, and is sitting there, but to Lovington with another run, and that's going to be an RBI, a little sac fly, but an RBI for Marquez, who did her job. 1 out now. Sac fly out to left field. And that brings Honey Morales, your shortstop, up to the plate. First pitch to her is high and outside for ball number 1. 1-0 the count, only 1 out. And we've had 1 cross the plate for Lovington. They are up 5-2 in this one now. A runner sitting on third. The pitch comes in, a swing, and a long fly is going to go foul. Coming over to try to get it is Marquez, but she doesn't have quite enough time to get under it. So it just becomes a long strike. So that is a 1-1 count now on Honey Morales. She walked her last time up at bat and scored, crossed the plate for Lovington. So she is trying for her first hit in this game, in this plate appearance. And that's going to be low and inside. Almost gets away from Roland. And dancing out there on third was Hernandez. She was really looking to see if it was going to get by Roland. It didn't. So she stays on third. So your count is 2-1 on Morales. Ooh, a ball coming in just a little high. And I'm a little surprised he didn't call that, just based on another pitch that he called right at the top of the letters or just above the letters on another batter. But that's good news for Morales with the 3-1 count now. Again, a runner on third for Lovington. And a swing and a nice hit, going to be a fly ball out between center and left, and that is going to score from third. Hernandez comes in. It's going to be an RBI double, a nice stand-up double for Honey Morales. She just swatted that. And again, that was not a fieldable ball. That dropped in between center and left, and the throw was bobbled, though. Otherwise, a good stop and a good throw probably would have held Morales on first. But it becomes a double, and that is going to put Angelina Corral at the plate. Angelina takes that first pitch, and it's just a little high and outside for ball number 1. Honey Morales out on second. 2 runs have crossed the plate for Lovington in this inning, so they increase their lead. It is 6-2, your score in the top of the second inning. This is turning into a slugfest. Oh, and that ball is high, very high, but a throw down to third, and that throw was probably in time, but Long out there on third base tried to put the tag on before she actually had control of the ball in her glove, so the ball popped out, and sliding in safely is Morales at third, so a stolen base for her.
Yeah, and the ball a little high, too, coming out of the hand of Roland.
It was a little high, you're right. And that is going to be a call strike.
Good fastball right on the outside corner as Corral just watched it right in.
So Morales sitting out there on third for Lovington. Corral would like to get her in. Oh, and this is going to come in inside and low. It almost hit her, as a matter of fact. So it's 3-1 your count on Corral now. Just one out here in the top of the second inning. Lovington scored 2 so far, and they're on a roll. They'd like to increase that lead against Portales. A swing and a foul tip back to the screen is going to run the count full now as Corral 3-2. She hit an RBI sac fly out into the field, into the outfield last time up at bat, into center field. And swing and a hit, and good contact. A nice line drive way out between left and center field, and that's going to be a stand-up double for Angelina Corral. So a nice hit ball, and that's going to be an RBI double for her. So that's going to score Morales from third, and that's going to score Morales from third, put Corral in scoring position, and bring up number 11, Lady Udahara, your pitcher, to the plate. She hit an RBI and her first time at bat, and ended up crossing the plate. Swing and a miss. She was way in front of that as Gonzalez took a little something off of that, and Udahara swinging over it as well. So a little ahead of it and a little over it.
And I think maybe a little anxious to help her own cause out there,
too. 0-1 the count on her as a Corral out on second base. Oh, and that ball almost hit Udahara. I think if she had not moved her foot, that certainly would have hit her, and I'm actually surprised it didn't end up hitting her. So very inside, and on that wild pitch, Corral moves over to third. So Corral now sits at third. Udahara with a 1-1 count. She smacks this one. It's a high fly ball going out to right field. It's caught, but tagging up and coming in, sliding in safely is going to be Corral from third. So Udahara did her job with a sac fly and an RBI sac fly. And that is another run scored for Lovington. And now they are at 7-2 with a 5-run lead over your Lady Rams of Portales, and that's going to bring up number 10, Sienna DePorto, the catcher, to the plate. 4 runs scored again in this inning for Lovington. The first pitch comes in high and outside for ball number 1, and DePorto had an RBI single her first time at bat and ended up crossing the plate and smacks this one, and that is a high fly ball. It's going to go out. Oh, and catching that. I thought that was going to go over the head of Marcus, but she followed that ball and did a good job of catching that, hanging on to it. Sienna DePorto giving it quite a ride, just not quite enough, and that's your third out, and that is going to end the inning, but not before Lovington puts 4 more on the board. They're in charge of this one, 7-2. We go to the bottom of the second inning, and we will be back with more Lady Wildcat softball and No Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart Hub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcacnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle's new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that helps keep your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington, your Napa Auto Store.
For the Lady Cats in the top half of the second, 4 more runs on 4 hits. No errors, nobody left on base. All 4 of the runs will go onto the sheet of Gonzalez as being earned runs. So we head to the bottom of the second with Lovington in the lead, 8-2 with the call. Here's Dawn Morgan.
And thank you very much. As 4 in the first and 4 in the second for Lovington, adds up to 8, not 7. And I guess I was doing a little strange math there.
That's all right. That's math like I usually do.
But 8-2, and coming up first is number 11, Emma Long, your third baseman for the Lady Rams. Her first time at the plate. First ball is going to come in high for ball number 1.
As Gonzalez is
Olivia
the leadoff
Gonzalez, yes. Olivia Gonzalez. I say Emma Long. Olivia Gonzalez, your pitcher, wearing jersey number 3. Again, looking at one and saying another. And 2 balls now and no strikes on Olivia Gonzalez. And that pitch is going to come in just a little high and outside again. 3 straight balls by Urahara. She's got to just put this one over the plate.
Yeah,
You got to think that Gonzalez may have the take sign on. Yes, it is, and she does put it over the plate for strike number 1. 3-1 your count on Gonzalez. And another fastball, and this one, Gonzalez is in front of that, blisters a grounder right by third base and ends up getting to second base on it. So a stand-up double right down the third base line. And, man, she really lit into that one. So a double for her puts her in scoring position for the Lady Rams. It brings up number 15, Siria Aguirre, your second baseman for the Lady Rams. Her first plate appearance. There were only 5 batters in that first at-bat for Portales, and she shows bunt and lays down a beauty, but coming in to get it is Corral with a beautiful throw. So very well played, but it does move the runner over. So a little sack bunt by Siria Aguirre moves Gonzalez over to third. Beautiful bunt and well played all the way around. Good fielding by Lovington to get the first out. That brings number 1, Idem Lujan, up to the plate. She's your left fielder. She bats from the left side of the plate. She moves forward, but she doesn't slap at the ball, and that's a strike. So a nice throw by Urahara. Good ball to pitch. As Lujan doesn't offer at it. This one she also doesn't offer, but it's high for ball 1, and DePorto from her knees throws down to Corral at third base, trying to maybe catch Gonzalez sleeping, but Gonzalez scrambles back in time.
Yeah, just not quite far enough on the base with Corral playing in, looking for the little slap bunt.
1-1 your count. Now 1-2 on Lujan, as Lujan not successful so far in her slap hit from that left side of the plate. She moves all the way to the back near the catcher, and this is going to come in high for ball number 2, 2-2. As Lujan watches that one. 2-2 on Lujan. She's batting in the 9th position for Portales. And she looks at that one, and that's going to hit the corner, the outside corner. Call strike, and the second strikeout for Urahara. So Lujan goes down looking, and 2 outs now with 1 runner on. Sitting on third is Gonzalez. Up at the plate is the top of the lineup, number 5, Tegan Faust, your shortstop. She hit an infield single. Her first time at bat, she shows bunt, but she fouls it, and it's strike 1. So she did hit it, but it just simply went down, and that becomes strike 1.
And we got to remember Faust has really, really good speed. She beat out the throw on an infield bunt single to start the game. So look forward to try it again here, even with 2 outs.
0-1 your count on Faust. She slaps at that one, not a bunt, but a slap for strike 2. So 0-2 your count on Faust. 2 outs. Lovington so far has kept Portales from scoring in this at bat, and they want to get out of it. And this is going to come in just a little high, as I guess Urahara was trying to tempt Faust and get her ahead of that possibly. But it becomes ball 1. 1-2 the count on Faust. 2 outs. This pitch is going to be a slap, and it's going to be foul, as the ump says that it went past the bag, and diving for it was Corral over there, and she got a glove on it. but it was a foul ball, so the count stays 1-2 on Faust.
Yeah, fortunately, Corral touching that one in foul territory, and so if it had been right on the line, it would have been fair, and that would have been trouble.
And sending up a watermelon is Urahara, and Faust was she was so far ahead of that one. She was practically to first base already with the bat in her hand, so 2-2 is the count now. Urahara bringing the heat on this one. Oh, and no, and that's going to get past DePorto. That's a rare instance of DePorto not being able to shut down a ball. It did come in low, and on that ball, on that pass ball, that's going to score Gonzalez from third. So wild pitch or pass ball?
Oh, wild pitch.
All right, wild pitch. It was in the dirt. DePorto doing her best, and that's going to be a wild pitch that's going to give Gonzalez that run for the Portales Lady Rams. And the pitch comes in. It's going to be ball 3. So the count full on Faust now. And a slap, and that's going to go down the third baseline, roll foul. So count remains 3-2 on Faust. 2 outs. 1 run has scored for the Lady Rams in this at-bat. So it is now 8-3 in this bottom of the second inning. Faust comes back into the box. Urahara's pitch, and a slap is going to be a line drive right into the glove of Corral. Corral moved over about a foot or so and caught that one for out number 3. But the damage is done as 1 more run scores. It is 8-3. We go to the top of the third inning with more Lady Wildcats softball action on Noirmark Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
We're the pharmacy that you've trusted for over 75 years. Being open for that length of time can only happen with consistency, service, and local engagement. Nowell Pharmacy has supported the local youth in City of Lovington for over 75 years. When you need a pharmacist, you can trust that Nowell Pharmacy will be there for your needs. Go by Nowell Pharmacy located at 122 West Adams in Lovington today. Nowell Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Lovington Wildcats.
Looking for tubing testing and scanning in the Permian Basin? Call Empire Services. Empire's been in business since 2012 and has maintained the professional and dependable service company for tubing testing and scanning. Empire Services, a proud supporter of all Lovington High School athletics. The team at Empire Services wishes the Cat athletes the best of luck this season. Don't forget, if you're in need of tubing testing and scanning, call Empire Services at 575-318-6465, 318-6465.
For Portales, they get 1 run on 1 hit, no errors committed by the Lady Cats, nobody left on base. We head to the third inning. It's Lovington up 8-3. I'm TJ Miracle, and with the call, Dawn Morgan.
Coming up first for the Lady Cats will be number 14, Chloe Corral, playing left field. She hit a long fly out to right field her first time up at bat, so she's looking for her first hit of the day here. She's 0 for 1. And with Portales, she squares around, shows bunt, but the ball is high and outside for ball 1. Want to know your count. Portales very capable of putting runs across the plate. Lovington knows that, so they're continuing, you got to think, on being very aggressive at the bat and on the bases, just trying to pad their lead. And the second ball is going to come in high and outside as Gonzalez took a little something off of that. But it did not sucker Corral. She just watched that. Good eye. 2-0 the count. Lovington looking to get something started here. Top of the third inning. She swings, and a little pop fly is headed over to second base. Aguirre reaches up and catches that for out number 1. So a little infield pop fly to the second baseman for the first out. Going to bring up number 6, Riley Dunlap, to the plate, your right fielder. She hit a double her first time at bat, but ended up getting thrown out at second base to end that first at-bat for Lovington. So she's looking to do some more damage at the plate here. She takes a swing at the first pitch, and it goes foul, out of play, off to the tennis courts. And Dunlap kind of chased a bit of an outside ball on that, hit that with kind of the end of her bat. But if she's got a lot of power at the bat, she straightens that out, and she hits a grounder over to the shortstop. Faust picks it up, throws over to first. 6-3. for the second out. Dunlap with a nice hard hit, but Faust with a good fielding effort for the Lady Rams. So 2 batters up and 2 outs now for Lovington as they try to get a 2-out rally started with number 2, Anaí Reyes, your designated player, up to the plate. Reyes hit a single her first time. Oh, and she is hit by the pitch this time and will take first base. She is hit in the left leg and that left calf. So that's the first hit by pitch of this game. With 2 outs, now Reyes sitting on first. Brings up number 5, Leila Hernandez, your second baseman for Lovington, to the plate. She hit an infield single her last time at bat. She has a lot of speed as well. And she smacks a grounder over to Aguirre. Aguirre tosses over to Faust for the 3rd out. So 3 up, 3 down for Lovington. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. The Portales Lady Rams coming up to bat. We'll have more Lady Cat softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Hey, all you Lovington Wildcat fans! Lovington sports are in full swing, and at the Lovington schools, they'd like for you to come out and cheer on the Lovington Wildcats. Lovington Schools is the best district in all of Lee County. For more information on the Lovington schools, please log on to lovingtonschools.net. And don't forget to support the Lovington schools and the Lovington Wildcats.
Attention shoppers, Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
For the Lady Cats in the top of the 3rd, no runs, no hits, no errors by Portales, and 1 runner left on. We head to the bottom of the 3rd, Lovington 8, Portales 3, with the call, Dawn Morgan.
And coming up to bat for the Lady Rams will be number 7, Cashlyn Fraze, your center fielder. She popped out, just hit a little foul pop that was caught by DePorto her first time up, and the first pitch comes in low and inside for ball number 1. So 1-0 your count on Fraze. As really a nice afternoon here in Portales. And the second hit is going to be hit right back to the pitcher. Urahara picks it up and gets her just by maybe half a step. It was very close, but it was a good job. Urahara knocked it down with one of those just reflex actions and then had to bend over, get that ball, and then make a blistering throw over to first to get her in time. So
yeah, I was getting ready to say it almost would have been better had she let it go through and let Morales or Hernandez handle it, but she made it work, and so 1 out.
14, Adri Garcia, your first baseman, up to the plate, and Urahara offering up a changeup. It goes over the plate, and a good strike 1. So 0-1 on Adri Garcia. She had a 2 RBI home run her last time at bat. And this one comes in. She swings at a high inside ball, catches a piece of it to foul it back behind our heads over the press box for strike 2.
And that's why I didn't park in the parking lot right back there.
I knew when we pulled in that you were thinking that, having that in mind.
That's why I also didn't park in the parking lot down the lines.
0-2 your count. She swings at this in protect the plate mode and spoils it off to the right. So count remains 0-2 on Garcia. So Lovington managing to jump out pretty aggressively in the first 2 at-bats, putting 8 runs on the board. They didn't help their cause the last at-bat, but they're looking to limit the Lady Rams in this at-bat. And again, swatting at that one. It was coming. You know, I think Garcia is capable of hitting anything, anywhere. So far, she has fouled off pitches all over the place. Inside, up and in, outside. These would have been called balls, I think, but she has got an 0-2 count on her, and she swats at this one, comes in. That would have been probably right at the letters over the plate, and cuts just under it. Her timing was good on it, but she hit the bottom of the ball and spun it back to the
I'm glad there's a net there.
Yeah, exactly. It would have been right in our faces. As the press box is open, this one, they No screen on this. And over the plate, but low for ball number 1. 1-2 your count on Garcia. She is a dangerous hitter. She smoked one out over the left field fence her first time up at bat. And this one is going to be high for ball number 2. Urahara needing to just bring it down. Throw, put it in the zone. Throw the strike. 2-2 the count. Fastball is going to, just miss the outside corner. And I think Urahara felt like it might have clipped the corner. But the ump says count is full. Full count on Garcia. She swats this one, a grounder to shortstop. Picking it up, making a throw, not in time. Morales throwing that one kind of in the dirt. Olguin did a nice job of picking it up so it didn't get past her. So that's going to be an infield single. Again, it was not bobbled. It just took a little while to get to Morales. She was playing back a little bit. So an infield single puts Garcia on first and brings up 21 Kenzie Rowland, the catcher, to the plate, hitting in cleanup position. She hit a single, a long fly out to left field, her first time at bat, and then got stranded on base. So this is her second plate appearance with Garcia on first. And the first pitch is going to come in outside for ball number 1. 1 out here in the bottom of the third inning. Lovington leads this one 8-3. 9. And there's a long, it's out of the park. So a two RBI homer, this time for the catcher for the Lady Rams in not the same place. This one was more towards center field. And that is going to put this score at 5 for Portales. Wow, and a really nicely hit ball. Credit where credit's due. So a 2 RBI homer.
Yeah, two-run homers accounting for 80% of the runs on the board for the Lady Rams. Urahara just needs to take a deep breath and, get back to working on her placement. Don't need any more gopher balls.
No, for sure. But 1 out, and Lovington still leading this one. Number 3, Bailey Hinterleiter, your designated player, up to bat. She struck out her first time. She cuts at the first one she sees and sends it foul over on top of the Portales dugout for strike number 1. So 0-1 the count on her. As Lovington, as long as they've got the offense to stay ahead of Portales, they can take some hits like these homers, out of the park balls. And this ball is going to come in just a little too inside for ball 1. 1-1 on Hinterleiter. But Lovington can't go cold at the bat. They've got to keep the offensive pressure up because obviously the Lady Rams have come to hit and to score as well. Hinterleiter, count even, 1-1 on her. And a nice ball comes in. It's hit out to shallow left field. Coming in on it is Corral. And throwing in a good throw right to second base is going to keep Hinterleiter on first. But a single fly keeps the inning going with just 1 out. Emma Long, number 11, your third baseman, coming up to the plate. So Hinterleiter out on first, and that's going to be outside for ball number 1. 1-0 the count on Long. Just 1 out, 1 runner on. Hinterleiter sitting on first after a single, after Rowland cleaned the bases off. And Portales threatening to narrow down this even more. And she catches a piece of this, just kind of really close to her hands, up real close in front of the barrel of the bat, and fouls that off over to the on-deck circle. So strike 1, 1-1 your count. This pitch is going to be outside for ball number 2. So Urahara with pretty good speed on that breaking ball, but it broke just a little too much. And this ball is going to hit the corner. Beautiful pitch. Urahara just brought it in, and DePorto throws down to first to make sure Hinterleiter stays on, trying to catch her off. She scrambles back. So 2-2 count on long with the runner on first. 1 out. And this ball swing and a miss as Udahara got her swinging. And Long's bat was about a foot too short to be able to reach that one. Nice strikeout and good time for that. Third strikeout that Udahara has issued, bringing up number 3, Olivia Gonzalez, the pitcher, to the plate. First pitch is going to be just a little too outside. So, again, the ump is being very consistent and very good, I think, and accurate about his calls, as Udahara likes to hit that outside corner. Sometimes it's a little too outside, and like that, it's a beautiful pitch and got her swinging, as the count now 1-1 on Gonzalez at the plate. 2 outs, 1 runner on. Lovington needs to shut Portales down here. And Udahara threw a changeup, and it was a watermelon, and Gonzalez just could not resist. But, of course, she was way out in front of that for strike number 2. 1-2 the count on Gonzalez. Only thing is, when you throw such a sucker pitch up there, sometimes the batter gets so mad they end up hitting the next pitch, and that next pitch sizzled, but just a little outside. Just missed the corner. 2-2 on Gonzalez. Sometimes you don't want to make a fool of the batter because they'll come back and make you pay for it, is what I'm trying to say. And it's going to be high for ball 3 as DePorto has to climb upstairs to get it. And Hinterleiter thought that might be a pass ball and was ready to take off, but sticks on first. So 2 outs, full count to Gonzalez, and a good strike coming in. Beautiful ball as another back-to-back strikeouts right there. Another strikeout, the 4th for Udahara, really finding her speed and her rhythm in this. And they keep the Lady Rams to just 2 runs in that inning. So we're going to go to the top of the 4th inning. Lovington still ahead in this one. We'll be more with Lady Cat softball action on Noarbuck Digital and 1 Radio Square Sports.
Devon Energy is proud to support the athletic programs of Lovington High School this season. By partnering with local schools in Lovington, Devon is making an investment in the long-term future of the community. Sports teach discipline, teamwork, and leadership. Skills our youth will use to succeed for a lifetime. From the Devon team to yours, Devon Energy wishes you good luck this season, both on the field and in the classroom. Go Wildcats!
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
For Portales in the bottom of the 3rd, they get 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors committed by the Lady Cats. 1 runner left on base. So we head to this 4th inning. Here's Dawn Morgan.
And the first batter up hits the first pitch she sees, and it's a fair ball. It hits in the glove of Long at third base and rolls past, and on the throw over, Marquez goes to second. So top of the order, and again on the very first pitch that she sees, and Marquez is famous for that. She just doesn't waste any time. If it's a hittable ball, she hits it, and so she's sitting on second base already in scoring position with no outs. That brings number 4, Honey Morales, your shortstop, up to plate. She hits the first ball she sees, and that's going to drop in. It's going to be a hit between left and center, and the throw in as Fraze makes a nice stop on that, comes in on it and throws in to keep Marquez over on third base. But you've got runners at first and third, no outs, as some good hitting by Lovington. Again, as we mentioned last inning when Portales was at bat, Lovington, they just need to continue to hit, to run the bases, and to pad their scoring. And the first pitch that Angelina Corral sees is a strike on the outside corner. So 0-1 is the count, with Marquez having hit and Morales right behind her. 1-0 And she hits this one. It's a high pop. Trying to come under it is Roland, way over by the Portales dugout, and she catches that, hangs onto it. So a high pop foul becomes the first out, and Angelina Corral has to go back to the dugout. Keeps runners on first and third. Marcus with the double. Catch my scorebook up. A lot of action happening really fast. As coming up to bat, number 11, Lainey Udahara, your pitcher. And the first ball is a ball, so 1-0 on her.
As Morales moves down to second.
On defensive indifference. And a swing and a piece of it. So that becomes a strike. So 1-1 the count on Udahara now. Udahara had a sac RBI fly out to right field her last time at bat. She had an RBI single her first time up at bat, and her pinch runner stole a base and ended up crossing the plate. And this is a little fly, a little pop. Oh, and coming over, and Faust making a very good catch on her knees. She has to drift over right in front of second base and grabs that. And yes, it was a little painful, but
and then she doubled it up.
Yeah,
so.
yeah, and then she threw back over to second base. So a double play, and you have to give credit where credit's due. Again, good heads-up play, good defensive play by the Lady Rams denies the Lady Wildcats any runs out of their hits in that inning. So no score, but we will be back for the bottom of the fourth inning. Your score remains 8-5. Lovington leading, and more Lady Cat softball coming up on Norwalk Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
General Welding Supply, Inc., the only locally owned and operated welding supply shop in Lee County. Why is shopping local important? There are many reasons. Shopping local keeps your dollar right here in Lee County. The staff at General Welding Supply shops the same stores you do. How about support? General Welding Supply supports local by sponsoring schools and youth sports. Shop General Welding Supply in Hobbs and Lovington. General Welding Supply, a proud supporter of Lovington sports. Find them fast at names and numbers.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcacnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
For the Lady Cats in the top of the fourth, no runs on 2 hits, no errors committed by Portales, and 1 runner left on base. We head to the bottom of the fourth. It's Lovington 8, Portales 5. I'm TJ Miracle, and with the call, Dawn Morgan.
Thank you very much. As it looked like the Lady Cats were going to, get something going there and have one of their innings where they score 2, 3, 4 runs, but Portales, with some good fielding, denied them that opportunity. They still have a 3-run lead, Lovington 8-5 here, but Portales coming up to the plate. Number 15, Cydia Aguirre, is your batter. She had a sac bunt her first time at the plate, and the first pitch comes up, and it's a little too outside for ball number 1. So 1-0 is your count. A lot of sizzle in that pitch. Good speed from Udahara. She brings this one over the center of the plate, swing and a miss. I think maybe she just barely got a piece of that. Aguirre maybe just barely foul tipped it, and that's strike number 1. So 1-1.
Yeah, I was going to say it sounded like a little tick on it.
Yeah.
So
1-1 is your count. And this is going to come in high and outside for ball number 2. As this game is moving along pretty quickly, neither pitcher really takes much time. The only time that's being taken is by the batters to get in the box and get settled. This pitch swung on and fouled over to out of play over to our right, becomes strike number 2.
And we also haven't seen any of the batters and the pitchers really go into battle. We haven't seen an 8, 9, 10, 11 pitch at bat yet this game.
No, this is the pitch counts have been pretty low on each batter. Counts. A fastball down the center, but too low, and that's going to bring the count full on Aguirre. 3-2. Aguirre, your first batter, the bottom of the order, up for the Lady Rams. They scored 2 in their last at-bat. Lovington would like to shut them down. And a swing and a miss, another strikeout. That's the 5th strikeout, but going down swinging is Aguirre. So now there's 1 out. That brings up Idem Lujan, your left fielder for the Lady Rams. She struck out her first time at bat. So a little, she is a left-handed batter. And the Lady Cats, the infield, all came in around the mound to get their heads together. And a slap and a foul over right straight to the dugout, the Lady Cats dugout. So strike number 1 for Lujan. So I think the Lady Cats just want to get their heads together and know exactly what their plan is in dealing with a slap hit left-handed batter. And this one comes in and kind of almost he thought about taking the bat off of her shoulder.
Well, and it looked like the bat broke the plane
almost,
as she started her trot out of the box on that little slap. The umpire not calling it.
She turned. She didn't really swing the bat, but she turned her body, and with it, the bat turned. There's another swing and a slap, and it goes foul over to the Lady Cats dugout for strike 2, 1-2. So with 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the 4th inning. And a slap is going to be a little, that may be trouble, and it is trouble, as somebody should have called off. I think it's easier probably for the left fielder, Chloe Corral, to come in on that. Morales called it, drifting out behind her, running back, trying to catch it, and got a glove on it, but dropped it. So an E6 is going to put Lujan on. So E6 on that fly. Lujan up, 1 out. We go to the top of the batting, bringing up Tegan Faust, top of the order, your shortstop. Again, another left-handed batter with a lot of speed. She chokes up. Now she shows bunt. She thinks about it, pulls it back for ball 1 as the ball was outside. With 1 runner on, Faust at the bat. She hit a line drive her last time. And she kind of slaps at that. It is a strike. She showed bunt, and then she decided to slap at it, and it went by harmlessly into the glove, but it is a strike. So 1-1 the count on Faust. Yeah, she hit a line drive right to the third baseman her last time up. And this one she slaps at, and it's going to go foul over to the left, just beyond the Lady Cat dugout. For strike 2, 1-2 your count. She had an infield single, a little bunt single that she beat out with her impressive speed. Her first time at bat. This is her 3rd plate appearance. And she slaps at this one. It's going to go a little kind of like a bunt, and she beats it out yet again as Corral picks it up, makes a good throw, and it's simply an infield single. Faust is famous for that, and I think there's not much of an answer to that because Corral was playing in on that. Faust just has a knack for doing that.
Yeah, and barehanded it and came up in one
right.
solid motion. So there's just nothing you can do unless you're sitting on top of it when she makes contact.
That could not have been fielded better. I mean, Corral, it was that good. It couldn't have been fielded better, and I don't think the throw could have been any better. And here she shows bunt, and it's going to go foul as Cashlyn Fraze, your center fielder, at bat, and trying to lay down a bunt as it goes foul for strike 1.
And it looks like that's going to be Coach Bonner's MO right here, where she's got runners on, nobody, or rather 1 out. Mm-hmm. She's just going to try and bunt them around and make Lovington play defense.
And it's working so far in that there are runners on first and second. With 1 out, Fraze at bat, 0-1 the count. And she hits away on this one and hits it right straight up the middle. Oh, no, it's bobbled. And that's going to, oh, no, she gets her at the plate.
Nope.
Oh, no,
safe.
She did not. So all the way around, everybody's safe and 1 run score. So here is the deal. Wow, I cannot believe Fraze hit the ball and hit it out. And it was bobbled by Hernandez at second. So an E5 put Fraze on by second base.
E4.
I'm sorry, no, not E5. E4, sorry. It was E4, and that put Fraze on. And then there was a bobble on the throw. Coming around and scoring was Lujan. So Portales has scored one, and now they've got runners on second and third. And Adri Garcia, the first baseman, is up at the plate. She hit an infield single and a 2 RBI homer her first time up at bat. She's 2 for 2 in a big way, coming up to the plate with just one out and runners in scoring position. And let's see what Coach McCraw, he went out to have a little talk on the in the circle with the girls.
I think he's probably just going, hey, you know what? You know what to do. Just calm it down.
Settle down.
Make your plays. You know what to do. Take a half second. And let's make this work. So runners at first and second, but the potential go-ahead run at the plate with Garcia, as you mentioned, had the 2-run homer her first time up and singled and scored last time up.
Yeah, and Lovington just, and she shows bunt, then pulls the ball back, but that was mostly to advance the runners. So Garcia, I don't think had any intention of bunting. She just threw the bat down to throw off the timing of the pitcher and also make it more difficult for DePorto to throw. And so now instead of runners at first and second, we have runners at second and third. And the pitch is going to be outside for a ball. So 2 balls, no strikes to Garcia now with runners at second and third, just 1 out. Lovington really needing to shut Portales down, and a nice pitch, a throw down to third base as DePorto with a good throw, but Faust scrambles back. That's Faust on third and Fraze at second. And Garcia at the plate with a 2-0 count on her. And it's going to be outside. 3-0 count. That was 3-0, and now that was a walk. So outside, 4 straight balls thrown by Urahara. Again, Urahara needed to settle down, throw strikes, and try to let the fielders do their job and try to get them one at a time, 1 out at a time. So bases are loaded now with Kinsey Rowland coming to the plate. She's your catcher. She had a 2 RBI homer her last time at bat. First pitch is going to come in and catch the corner for strike 1. Portales faithful does not like that, but the ump says it caught the outside corner. It's 0-1 on Rowland. She had a single her first time up, and then a 2-RBI homer, and this one is hit well out between short and third. It's going to score 1. Here comes the throw to the plate, and it is in time. Yes, burned her down. So Faust scored on the hit, the RBI single by Rowland out to left field, but a good throw, a nice stop, and a good throw by Chloe Corral. And they managed to get Fraze out at the plate. So the second out cut off that run, but standing out on second is now Garcia and Rowland on first. So runners at first and second.
And it'll actually be Emma Baca checking in to run as the courtesy runner over there. But 8-7, Portales not going away. Have cut it down to just a 1-run Lovington lead.
Yeah, they've put 2 across the plate this inning. It started out 8-5 in this inning. It's 8-7 now. Bailey Hinterleiter, your designated player, coming up to bat. She hit a single, a long fly her last time at bat. And that's going to catch the outside corner for strike number 1. 0-1 the count on Hinterleiter. She struck out her first time at bat. She worked the counter. Urahara worked the count to 2-2 on her before striking her out her first time. She takes a little bit off of this, sends it over the outside corner again. Hinterleiter swing and fouling that back to the screen. So 0-2 the count on Hinterleiter. 2 outs, 2 runners on, and 2 runs have scored in this inning. 8-7. Portales is making it a ball game. Lovington needs to shut them down now, get in the dugout, and pad their lead. Oh, and that pitch is going to be way outside, and Hinterleiter does not chase. I think Urahara giving her something close to see if she would protect the plate and chase it, but she doesn't offer. 1-2 is your count on Hinterleiter. This one comes in, swinging. She just caught a piece of it. I thought it was going to be a swing and a miss for a strikeout, but she caught just enough of it to spoil it. So the count remains 1-2. Your runners still remain at first and second. That's Hinterleiter, or actually your courtesy runner out on first and Garcia on second. And a swing and a hit, but it's going to be caught by Morales. She drifts over a couple of feet, and Lovington getting out of a little bit of a jam, but not before 2-run score in that. So 8-7 is your score. Lovington still leading. We're going to go to the top of the 5th inning. Lovington coming up to bat, and we'll have more softball here in Portales on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle's new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that helps keep your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington, your Napa Auto Store.
We're the pharmacy that you've trusted for over 75 years. Being open for that length of time can only happen with consistency, service, and local engagement. Now a Pharmacy has supported the local youth and city of Lovington for over 75 years. When you need a pharmacist, you can trust that Now a Pharmacy will be there for your needs. Go by Now a Pharmacy located at 122 West Adams in Lovington today. Now a Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Lovington Wildcats.
For Portales in the bottom of the 4th, they get 2 runs on 2 hits. The Lady Cats commit 2 errors, 2 runners left on base, and we head to this top of the 5th inning. Lovington 8, Portales 7. I'm TJ Miracle, and with the call, Dawn Morgan.
And Lovington has to get their bats going and be aggressive at the plate and on the bases here and try to put some more runs on the board. It was a beautiful pitch to try to hit. DePorto watched it, did not offer. 0-1 the count. DePorto hit an RBI single her first time at bat and then hit a long fly out to right field her second time. This is her 3rd plate appearance. And no outs here, top of the 5th inning. Lovington up just by 1. And she hits this one, a beautiful line drive shot, solid, right out to center field. Picking it up is Fraze throwing in, and that keeps DePorto on first, and I'm sure there'll be a courtesy runner for her coming out soon.
Yeah, there will be, as it'll be Boyle coming out to courtesy run.
So no outs, 1 run on. This is how Lovington needs to start it. Now, they started off their last at-bat in the top of the 4th inning. They hit immediately, got runners on, and then things kind of fell apart a little bit for them with the base running error, and they were not able. They stranded runners. So the first pitch into Chloe Corral is a call, strike 1, a fastball right over the corner, the outside corner. 0-1 the count. Chloe Corral playing left field. She hit a fly out to right field her first time at bat, hit a pop fly. Her second time, she hits right straight back to the pitcher this time. And Gonzalez looks around, decides she can't cut off the lead runner, so she throws to first. So 1-3 for the first out, but Corral does manage to move the courtesy runner, Boyle, over to second base with that shot. So that brings up number 6, Riley Dunlap, your right fielder, to the plate, and she hits a little grounder right straight back to the pitcher. And they do. They got her. Made a double play on that as they got Dunlap out at first as 1-3 for the second out, and then the throw from first over to third got Boyle, the courtesy runner for DePorto, out. So 3 up, 3 down, and no runs for Lady Wildcats. Your score remains 8-7. Portales coming up to bat. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning now, and we'll be back with more Lady Cat softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Looking for tubing testing and scanning in the Permian Basin? Call Empire Services. Empire's been in business since 2012 and has maintained the professional and dependable service company for tubing testing and scanning. Empire Services, a proud supporter of all Lovington High School athletics. The team at Empire Services wishes the Cat athletes the best of luck this season. Don't forget, if you're in need of tubing testing and scanning, call Empire Services at 575-318-6465, 318-6465. Hey, all you Lovington Wildcat fans! Lovington sports are in full swing, and at the Lovington schools, they'd like for you to come out and cheer on the Lovington Wildcats. Lovington Schools is the best district in all of Lee County. For more information on the Lovington Schools, please log on to lovingtonschools.net. And don't forget to support the Lovington Schools and the Lovington Wildcats.
Back here in Portales in the top half of the fifth, Lovington, no runs on one hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. Another double play, the second of the ball game, turned by Portales on another Lovington base running error, and we head to the bottom of the fifth. Lovington in the lead, 8-7, with the call, Dawn Morgan.
And I know that Lovington wants to be aggressive in running the bases, but sometimes you can jump out a little too early and commit yourself and end up getting thrown out. First batter up for Portales is Emma Long, number 11, your third baseman, and she takes the first pitch. It's a call, strike one, 0-1 the count. She struck out her last time at bat and was thrown out her first time. And Mahatau Udahara takes off some speed off of that one, throws her a changeup, and Long way out in front of it. Tips it, though, for strike number 2. 0-2 the count on Long, as Lovington really needs to be super motivated to try to shut Portales down as quickly as they can. They need to get these outs and get back into the dugout and get back into offensive mode and get some more scores on the board. They have only a one-run lead. It is 8-7 right now, and time running out. So the ball comes in. This is going to be low for ball 1. 1-2 is your count on Long. But they just have to think about one out at a time here. This pitch comes in, a beautiful call strike over that outside corner. The ump has been calling that consistently for both pitchers the entire game. So another strikeout. Yeah, she went down looking on that one. 1, 2, 3. That's the 6th strikeout for Udahara in the game. The first out, then it brings up number 3, Olivia Gonzalez, the pitcher, to the plate.
Oh, barks back at some of the fans down there after that one.
Nice pitch again over the outside corner. A fast ball breaking and right at the knees. A beautiful pitch, as I think Udahara is just a little frustrated right now, and she's decided she's going to throw the best pitches she can. This one, a little pop, is going to, come in on it. Hernandez has to come over all the way across the mound, across the circle, to pick that one up. So Gonzalez pops out to the second baseman for the second out. Good hustle there by Hernandez. She really had to watch Udahara and keep her in her sights to keep from running into her as well, and come over and get that ball and then hang on to it. Siria Aguirre, your second baseman, up to the plate. First pitch is going to be a call strike right over the outside corner. Udahara has decided, you know what, he's going to call it. They're not going to swing at it. I'm going to pitch it right there. 0-1 is the count. Number 15, Siria Aguirre, and she swings and hits this, a little slow rolling grounder to shortstop. Honey Morales with a good play. Morales, wow, and a great stretch by Olguin. Olguin does the splits literally to be able to grab that, as Honey Morales with a good stop and a blistering throw, and then a great catch by Olguin. 3 up, 3 down. That's what Lovington needed to do. We're going to go to the top of the 6th inning, and Lovington still in the lead by just 1 run, 8-7. We got a good one here. We'll be back with more Lady Cat softball from Portales on New All Right Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Attention shoppers, Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
Devon Energy is proud to support the athletic programs of Lovington High School this season. By partnering with local schools in Lovington, Devon is making an investment in the long-term future of the community. Sports teach discipline, teamwork, and leadership. Skills our youth will use to succeed for a lifetime. From the Devon team to yours, Devon Energy wishes you good luck this season, both on the field and in the classroom. Go Wildcats!
Portales goes 1-2-3 in the 5th. We head to the top of the 6th. There's Dawn Morgan.
And Lovington just with a 1-run lead. They really need to get their bats going, bring those runners around to get some more scores on the board. The first pitch coming into number 2, Anaí Reyes, your designated player, is a strike. So 0-1 the count on Reyes. She was hit by a pitch her last time up and ended up getting thrown out. Ooh, a swing and a miss for strike 2. Reyes in the lineup purposely as a designated player for her hitting. She hit a single and ended up crossing the plate her first time at bat. This is her third plate appearance. She's 1 for 2. Well, actually, the hit by pitch
does not
count as a
so she's
it's
1
just
for
a
1.
plate appearance. So she's 1 for 1. Yeah, thank you. I knew that was something that came up in one of the previous games that we were catching. And a ball for 1-2. The count now on Reyes as she hits this one, and it's going to be a little infield fly to Faust, who doesn't have to move much to reach up and grab that, as that ball that made the count 1-2 was not received well by the Portales faithful. They thought that was a strike, so a little softball karma there, as the next pitch ends up being an out. So a pop to 6 for the first out. Layla Hernandez up at bat, and the first pitch comes in, and it is a strike. So Hernandez, your second baseman for Lovington. 0-1 count. She shows bunt, and she lays one down, but it goes foul. As she didn't deaden it, she actually kind of hit it and hit behind her, and that's exactly where the ball went. Over into the on-deck circle. So strike 2. 0-2 the count on Hernandez against Lovington, really needing to get something going, get some runners on. A swing and a foul back, almost into the press booth here.
Into the concession stand, I think, down below, which is not open,
maybe.
of course, because of COVID. But
right. So 0-2 is your count. Hernandez in protect the plate mode. She's going to have to be swinging at anything close like that. And she swings and catches a piece of this and goes off foul to the right this time. Out of play over by the tennis courts. So the count remains 0-2 on Hernandez. 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. Lovington with just the 1-run lead, really needing to increase that lead in this at-bat if they can. And this pitch is swung on, hit, foul over to the Wildcat dugout. So
Hernandez doing a nice job fighting off a couple of pretty tough pitches to really keep herself alive and in this at-bat.
Yep, because I think both of the fouls that she has hit, one off to the right, one off to the left, and 3 of the fouls that she's hit, I think they would have been called strikes. So, and this one is hit over out of the glove of Aguirre and is going to put Hernandez on, and that really is that's an infield single, because
single.
That hit the end of the glove, but Aguirre had to stretch out to even get a glove on it. So a good hit that really kind of goes between first and second base puts Hernandez on first. She is speedy, and that will get a base runner that Lovington desperately needs, and it's going to bring up the top of the order with Avery Marquez, your center fielder, up at bat. And she hits this one straight out in center field, a long fly ball, but unfortunately right to Fraze. Fraze drifts over to her left a couple of steps to catch that one. Marquez gives it a ride, but that is out number 2 for Lovington, with Hernandez still sitting on first. And since that was hit to center field, the throw in kept Hernandez on first. That's going to bring Honey Morales, your shortstop, up to the plate. And she hits a high pop fly. Aguirre at second calling for that, gets under it and hangs on to it. So that ends the chances for Lovington to put any scores on the board in this top of the 6th inning. They'll have to come out, play strong defense, and then try to get back in the dugout and maintain or increase their lead. We will be back with more Lady Cat softball at Portales on New Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
General Welding Supply, Inc., the only locally owned and operated welding supply shop in Lee County. Why is shopping local important? There are many reasons. Shopping local keeps your dollar right here in Lee County. The staff at General Welding Supply shops the same stores you do. How about support? General Welding Supply supports local by sponsoring schools and youth sports. Shop General Welding Supply in Hobbs and Lovington. General Welding Supply, a proud supporter of Lovington sports. Find them fast at names and numbers.
For the Lady Cats, no runs on 1 hit, no errors committed by Portales, and 1 runner left on. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Lovington up by a run. Here's Dawn Morgan.
And it is the bottom of the order for the Lady Rams of Portales. And coming up to bat is number 1, Iram Lujan, batting in the 9th position. She got on base on an error her last time at bat. Her first time up, she struck out. She slaps at this one and hits it foul. That's going to even up the count, 1-1. First pitch was a called ball. So 1-1 the count on Lujan as Lovington, again, they've got to play strong defensively. You know, Lovington did all of their scoring in their first 2 at-bats, and they have not scored since that second inning. So they got to try to get Portales out here. There's a slap at that one, and it goes off toward the Lady Cat dugout for strike number 2. So 1-2 the count on Lujan as Urahara pitching a pretty good game here. 6 strikeouts so far. And slapping at that one and hitting a grounder that takes too long. Morales makes a good stop at it and a good throw, but an infield hit for Lujan. Tell you, Portales, they don't hit them hard, but they're quick, and they're able to hit and beat these throws out. So
yeah, with the exception of Garcia and Rowland, nothing has been hit very hard.
No.
You're absolutely right.
So an infield single puts Lujan on first and brings up Faust top of the order. And the throw down to second to try to get the runner out does not work. That throw is a little bit long, but luckily Marquez doing her job, backing up that throw in center field, shuts it down. So Faust with Lujan with a stolen base sits on second, and Faust with an 0-1 count on her. She's a left-handed batter, top of the order. No outs, runner on second. She slaps a bunt, lays it down. Corral picks it up, throws, and gets her out. Corral playing in, expecting that, and made a beautiful stop and throw. But it does move the runner, Lujan, over to third base. So little sack bunt by Faust moves the runner 1 out, and a run, the potential tying run sitting on third base, the potential go-ahead run at the plate. Cashlyn Fraze, your center fielder, coming up to bat. First pitch is going to be high and outside for ball 1 as Urahara needs to just settle down. Throw the strikes. Lujan sitting over there on third. Nice pitch. Going to be just a little outside and low. So ball 2. 2-0 the count on Fraze. 8-7, just a 1-run lead by Lovington. Portales at the bat. And this is going to be outside. Going to miss outside for ball 3. So 3-0 the count. Urahara just needs to put this one right over the plate. Throw a strike. Can't afford any walks with no outs. Fraze takes this pitch, and it is a strike. Good for Urahara. Bringing a nice fastball right down the pike.
And really, you need to be careful. You don't want to lose Fraze because you got Garcia and Rowland, really the power in this lineup coming up next.
And this is going to be low and inside for a walk. That is the first walk issued by Urahara, and it puts Fraze on first with Lujan on third, and it brings up Adri Garcia, your first baseman. She hit a 2 RBI home run her first up at bat. She hit an infield single her second time. She walked her, or actually, I guess that was only the second walk that's issued by Urahara, because Garcia did walk and ended up getting stranded on second base. So she is at the plate, and Lovington having a little infield huddle at the mound, the mound at the circle. Used to be a mound before they
one of those changes they've made.
Yeah, they took the mound away and just made it a level circle. Garcia shows bunt, and the throw back to the pitcher, trying to catch Phrase over there, or rather Lujan out, maybe try to get her committed to home and get her into a little hot box squeeze play, but it didn't work. So instead, Phrase is on second, and the pitch is swung on and fouled back into the screen as 0-2 is the count on Garcia now. 0-2 the count on Garcia, 1 out. Runners on second and third now. For Portales, they trail only by 1. And this pitch is going to be high for ball 1. 1-2 the count.
And again, I'm not
sure.
sure.
Cut the tension with a knife here, as this is a tight game, and Lovington wants to shut the Lady Rams down in this one. And there's a little hit. It's a fly. Calling for it is Olguin, and she gets it. Looks over quickly, and the runners stay put at second and third. So that was a little pop to the first baseman for the second out, and that's going to bring up 21, Kinsey Rowland, the catcher, to the plate. She hit a 2 RBI home run. She's had an RBI single and another single. She is 3 for 3 in a big way in this, and she comes up to the plate with 2 outs and runners on second and third, and Portales trailing by 1, and that was a beautiful pitch right over the outside corner. Good heat, good speed on that by Urahara. So 0-1 is your count on Rowland. Ooh, and that's going to be low for ball number 1. 1-1 the count. As this is a very important out for Lovington. They need to get this out if they can, or at the very least, just suffer a single in some way. That's all they can afford to do is let Rowland get on first base in this one.
Well, they do have first open, so I'm not sure that I would really come after with Hinderleiter coming up next.
And she hits a long fly, line drive out into left field, and Chloe Corral runs over it. And that's going to score 2. That's going to score 3.
Just 2.
Just 2. That's going to score 2.
So it'll be a single, and then the run scores on the E7. Right. And so that will give Portales the lead now 9-8 here in the 6th inning. And so with 2 outs, yikes, as now it'll be Hinderleiter coming to the plate with a runner at second. I'm not sure with the base open, and Rowland has really hurt you all day. I'm not sure I give her anything to hit there, but of course there's the reason Coach McCraw's down there and I'm up here, but I think I'd have rather gone after Hinderleiter with bases loaded.
So the first pitch comes into Hinderleiter. It's high for ball number 1. And Portales has gone ahead of Lovington. It's 9-8 now. They've got a 1-run lead, 2 outs, a runner out on second base. And this pitch is going to be high for ball number 2, 2-0. As Urahara needs to forget about it, put that behind her, pitch to this batter, throw strikes, try to get the third out, get back into the dugout, and see if they can't win this game. And that's a beautiful pitch. Oh, just missed the outside corner. So 3-0 on Hinderleiter, as Urahara's got to bring this one over the plate. And she does. Beautiful pitch on the inside corner. That's not a pitch Urahara throws a lot, but she threw it there, and pretty effectively for the first strike. 3-1 is your count. And a fastball right down the center. Hinderleiter was waiting for it, but her timing was a little off. She was a little behind it. She hit it over, out of play to the right, and that brings the count full. So 9-8 is your score right now, with the Lady Rams scoring 2, not 3, as I first said a few minutes ago off of that hit. And this has come in, and she swings and fouls that one back as well. So the count remains full on Hinderleiter. 2 runs scored so far by Portales in this inning, 9-8. They hold a 1-run lead. Lovington's very capable of getting in and getting that run back. But they've got to get this third out as quickly as they can. Hinderleiter, 3-2 the count on her. Swing and a miss! And Urahara got her swinging for the third out, and Lovington with 1 run to make up in their final at-bat in this one. We are going to be back at the top of the 7th inning as Lovington trails 9-8. More Lady Cat softball action coming up on Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart Hub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle's new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that helps keep your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington, your Napa Auto Store.
Portales takes the lead with 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 error committed by Lovington. 1 runner left on base, so Lovington needs to get at least a run as we go to the 7th. Here's Dawn Morgan.
And coming up to bat to start things off for Lovington is number 13, Angelina Corral, your third baseman. Lovington has got to have at least 1 run to stay alive in this. They'd like to get at least two runs. 2 runs will to try to pad that just enough if they can then seal off of the Lady Rams. But first things first, they must at least tie this up. Otherwise, the Lady Rams do not have to come up to bat, and they win this by 1 run. And the count on Angelina Corral is now 2-1, so 2 balls, 1 strike on Angelina. Lovington can't wait any longer. Every bat counts, every pitch counts, and there's a swing and a blistering hit, a nicely hit ball, sharply hit between just out of reach of the third base. Long grabbed for it but couldn't get it, and that's exactly the kind of hit we need for Lovington to be able to get on base and have a chance to tie this up and maybe even go ahead. Lovington needs to score as many points, as many runs in this at-bat as they can. And that's going to bring up Lainey Udahata, the pitcher, to the plate. And she hits a fly pop. It's going to go right to the shortstop. Faust easily handling that. And Corral stays on first. So 1 out now in this top of the 7th inning.
This is what you would want, though. Your 3, 4, and 5, really the heart of your order coming up. Just 1 out. DePorto coming to the plate, one of your more dependable hitters, 2 of 3.
Right, then Corral coming up, and then Dunlap right after. But DePorto is 2 for 3 today. She hits this one, a long fly out to center and over the head of Fraze, going to the fence, and that is going to move Corral over to third base. So a nice single by DePorto, a nice long fly out to center field, and DePorto's got a nice single, and Corral sits on third. So the potential, you've got the potential tying run sitting on third, the potential go-ahead run on first, and at bat is Chloe Corral, your left fielder. And she's due. She is 0 for 3 in this game so far, but she has been a pretty capable hitter for Lovington. So just the 1 out, and the Lady Rams want to talk things over. They're getting their heads together with Coach Bonner out and in the circle. And while they do that, Coach McCraw and Coach Martin is having a little offensive skull session and bringing the runners over as well as the batter to talk. So he's got Corral and DePorto and Corral in a little huddle of their own. Things are breaking up there in the circle. Lovington breaks things up. McCraw goes back to third base coach box. Martin goes back to the first base coach box. Runners at first and third for Lovington, 1 out. This is a do-or-die time. They have to get at least 1 run to tie things up to keep alive in this game. She shows bunt and does not make contact, and it becomes a strike. So Chloe Corral attempting a bunt, but that ball came in kind of high, and instead of pulling the bat back, Corral left it across and became a strike. So 0-1 the count. This one She swings on. A little foul pop is caught. Going out and getting that, I don't know how, because Garcia was coming in from first, and the runner was trying to run, and that was a congested area right in the base path, right in the center, and right just to the right of that. Rowland caught that foul pop for out number 2, and now Lovington is down to their final out. And hitting just a little dribbler that rolls foul is Dunlap. But the ump did say it rolled foul. It was very clearly, we could see that rolled foul. Now, Long played it just in case. She picked it up just after it rolled foul across the third base line and threw down. But instead, it just becomes a strike. So 0-1 is the count on Dunlap. Runners on first and third. All Lovington needs is one run to tie it up. And a swing and a long fly ball. Is it out of here? No, it is caught by Fraze right near the fence. And Portales has won this first game of the doubleheader 9-8. Wow, a good game and a hard loss for the Lovington Lady Cats. We will be back to wrap this one up. But Lovington loses the first. We will have a second game, though, coming up. 9-8, your final score. We'll be back to wrap things up on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
We're the pharmacy that you've trusted for over 75 years. Being open for that length of time can only happen with consistency, service, and local engagement. Now Pharmacy has supported the local youth in City of Lovington for over 75 years. When you need a pharmacist, you can trust that Now Pharmacy will be there for your needs. Go by Now Pharmacy located at 122 West Adams in Lovington today. Now Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Lovington Wildcats.
Looking for tubing testing and scanning in the Permian Basin? Call Empire Services. Empire's been in business since 2012 and has maintained the professional and dependable service company for tubing testing and scanning. Empire Services, a proud supporter of all Lovington High School athletics. The team at Empire Services wishes the Cat athletes the best of luck this season. Don't forget, if you're in need of tubing testing and scanning, call Empire Services at 575-318-6465, 318-6465. Hey, all you Lovington Wildcat fans! Lovington sports are in full swing, and at the Lovington schools, they'd like for you to come out and cheer on the Lovington Wildcats. Lovington Schools is the best district in all of Lee County. For more information on the Lovington Schools, please log on to lovingtonschools.net. And don't forget to support the Lovington Schools and the Lovington Wildcats.
Attention shoppers, Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
Devon Energy is proud to support the athletic programs of Lovington High School this season. By partnering with local schools in Lovington, Devon is making an investment in the long-term future of the community. Sports teach discipline, teamwork, and leadership. Skills our youth will use to succeed for a lifetime. From the Devon team to yours, Devon Energy wishes you good luck this season, both on the field and in the classroom. Go Wildcats!
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
General Welding Supply, Inc., the only locally owned and operated welding supply shop in Lee County. Why is shopping local important? There are many reasons. Shopping local keeps your dollar right here in Lee County. The staff at General Welding Supply shops the same stores you do. How about support? General Welding Supply supports local by sponsoring schools and youth sports. Shop General Welding Supply in Hobbs and Lovington. General Welding Supply, a proud supporter of Lovington sports. Find them fast at Names and Numbers.
And welcome back to Lovington Lady Wildcat softball action here in Portales, as we had a thriller of a first game, the first of a doubleheader. Unfortunately, Lovington losing by 1 run. Portales winning 9-8 in that one, and here's how we got there. As Lovington had 8 runs on 13 hits, 4 left on base. They commit 3 errors. And Portales had 9 runs on 11 hits, 5 left on base. They commit no errors. And with a 2 RBI home run, Adri Garcia, and with a 2 RBI home run, Roland, your catcher, Kinsey Roland, for Portales. So those were the 2 really big hits in the game. And Lovington did all of their scoring in their first 2 at-bats. And after that, the Lady Rams of Portales shut them down. And otherwise, it would have been less of a score for Lovington put on the board. But they did a good job. It was a close game. It was a thrilling game. Came right down to their at-bat, their final at-bat. But Portales winning the first of the doubleheader by 1 run. Now Lovington has to regroup and get ready. We'll have that second game of the doubleheader coming up here in about, 20, 30 minutes?
Probably about 20 minutes.
All right, 20 minutes. So we'll be back with that second game. Your losing pitcher, Urahara, had 7 strikeouts and only 2 walks in that game. And the winning pitcher, Gonzalez, did not have a single strikeout. She only walked 1 and hit a batter. So interesting, this game did not hinge on the pitching, as Urahara did a much better job in the circle, but she takes the loss on this one, and we will wait and see who will start the second game pitching. We have been told, we have found out behind the scenes that the number 1 pitcher, Lovington's ace, Kaylee Vega, did not start that game, and we don't know. We've been led to believe that she will not pitch in the second game either, but we will wait and see what the lineup is.
Matter of fact, she's in street clothes down there,
okay.
So she is
right,
not there at all.
I have not.
She's on the lineup.
Oh, okay.
So,
I have not looked down to see. I guess you're looking down.
Finger injury. I saw the big. I saw a big pink bandage, and so yeah.
My head is in the book here, getting things. So I did not look down at the girls out there in the on the field or outside the field. So evidently, yeah. We found out that she smashed a pinky. Don't know how she did that or to what extent, but as TJ said, she does have a big pink cast, or maybe a soft cast on that finger. So she is not going to start. We'll see if he pitches Urahara again. Frankly, we have only seen Urahara and Vega pitch for Lovington this season, so don't know if McCraw has somebody else he will throw or can throw. We will have to wait and see, but we will be back with the second game. Again, this was a heartbreaker for Lovington as they came up just 1 run short. 9-8 your final score. Portales winning the first, but we know that Coach McCraw and his girls are going to be frustrated with that loss, and they're going to be back with revenge in mind in the second one. We'll be back with more Lady Wildcat softball action from Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
And welcome back to Lovington Lady Cat Softball from the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports as we get ready for game number 2. Leading off is Marquez, and with the call, Dawn Morgan.
Thank you very much, TJ Miracle. Portales winning the first of the doubleheader 9-8 and getting things rolling in this second game. Marquez hits a hot grounder over the third base bag. It is fair, and she has a stand-up double rolling into second base with a nicely hit ball. I think Lovington has got something to prove here, and that is that I'm sure they were frustrated by losing that first game just by 1 run. They got things started early and did all of their scoring in the first 2 at-bats. Coming up to at-bat now is number 4, Honey Morales, the shortstop, and she takes a look at that first pitch, and it hits the outside corner for strike 1. We have a new behind-the-plate ump for this one, as the umps switch spots. Behind the plate ump. And there's a beautiful bunt as Honey Morales lays down a gorgeous bunt, as that's a textbook bunt. It died completely. She killed it with the bat, and it died right there in the first base footpath, and she beat out the throw and moved her runner around. So Morales, doing her job with a bunt single, gets on first after the double by Marquez. So runners at first and third for Lovington. No outs in the top of the first inning. 13, the number, jersey-wise, for Angelina Corral, your third baseman for Lovington. Batting in the third slot, and she slaps the first pitch she sees. A long fly ball, but it is foul way out into the parking lot. If she straightened that out, that might go over the fence. But instead, it's just a long strike. So 0-1 the count on Corral. Lovington, they are looking fierce at the bat again. This is like I think maybe 3 pitches thrown so far. 4 or 5 maybe at the most. And this is going to come in outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count on Corral. There were 2 pitches thrown to Morales. Marcus hit the first one she saw. And now a 1-1 count on Corral. So Lovington being very efficient at the bat. And they're going to need to keep it going all game long. This is a grounder that's hit, and it gets by Faust at shortstop, and that's going to score a run. And the throw in is going to go into the second baseman. Gonzalez stops it, and McCraw holds up Morales at third. So scoring is Marquez. Lovington is on the board. Morales sits on third, and Corral on first. After a little seeing eye single, brings up Lainey Urahara to the plate, and there's a pass ball, and it's going to score. The throw back to the pitcher at the plate, not in time. So on the wild pitch, pass ball. All right, the catcher got a glove on it. Probably could have blocked it out, but a pass ball is going to score Morales from third base. And the count is 1-0 on Lainey Urahara. She hits a grounder over to Faust at shortstop. Faust bobbles it, but she makes the throw in time and then throws over to third base and overthrows, and sliding in under the tag is going to be number 13, Angelina Corral. So just like that, with no outs, Lovington has 3 runs on the board. Lainey, that's going to bring up Sienna DePorto to the bat. And, wow, Lovington starting off this one with a bang.
Key for the Lady Cats now is going to be to keep it going.
And DePorto cuts and hits that one foul, out of play, over to the tennis courts to the right of us. So strike 1, 0-1 on DePorto. And that's going to hit the outside corner. Did he change his mind? And he went ahead and called it a strike. So, 1-1 is your count on Sienna DePorto. So he did call. He looked like he was going to call that a strike, and then he said high. And now a grounder to Faust, who throws it over easily. And that's going to be your second out, 6-3 for your second out. Little DePorto hitting a grounder. And after Urahara also was thrown out, 6-3. brings up Riley Dunlap. 2 outs, but Lovington has scored 3 in this inning. Riley Dunlap, your right fielder. And she hits the first pitch she sees. It's going to be a fly ball, and it's going to hit just in front of Lujan out in left field. So Dunlap is on with a single. And Lovington still alive in this top of the first inning.
Done a very good job coming out and just being very aggressive. When they're seeing something they can hit from the new pitcher Garcia, they have definitely taken advantage.
And that is the only problem when Garcia threw the first game as well. And stepping right up, hitting the first pitch she sees is Daphne Urahara, and with a glove on it is Marquez in right field, but she drops it. So with an error.
And that's the third error of the inning by Portales.
And that's an error on the right fielder, and that's going to put Daphne Urahara on first, and it's going to send Dunlap all the way to third base. So with 2 outs, Lovington still alive in this one with runners at the corners, first and third. And number 14, Chloe Corral, your left fielder, coming up to the plate. And it looks like, they're going to have a courtesy runner, and that's going to be number 20. I think Castro, Myra Castro, is going to be the courtesy runner out there on first base for the pitcher, Daphne Urahara. So you've got Castro on first. You've got Dunlap on third. Chloe Corral at the plate. 2 outs. Lovington is up in this one quickly, 3-0. And this first pitch is going to be outside for ball 1. And that pitch, I saw that ball hit Garcia's hip coming around her windmill delivery. Sometimes you just lose a little bit of control in that right arm and it hits the hip. This one she brings over a fast ball, swing, and a hit to third base, and coming in on it long makes the play. It's kind of a high throw, but Mitchell goes upstairs to hold it, and that's the 3rd out. So that inning, that at-bat is over for Lovington. They do damage, though. 3 runs in the top of the first, 4 runs in the top of the first inning, and that is going to bring the Lady Rams up to the plate for their first at-bat. Bottom of the first inning coming up with more softball action from Portales here on Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle's new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that helps keep your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington, your Napa Auto Store.
Lady Cats come out strong. 3 runs on 3 hits, 3 errors committed by Portales. 2 runners left on base. We head to the bottom of the first. Lovington up by a score of 3-0. I'm TJ Miracle, and with the call, here's Dawn Morgan.
Yes, and just briefly there at the end of the inning when I glanced up and doing the wrap-up, and my book had 3 runs for Lovington, but the scoreboard said 4, and I thought, well, I said 4, and looking at that, thinking maybe I made an error. I'll look back at my book, but they adjusted that and out there, and it is just the 3 runs. Crossing the plate for Lovington in that first at-bat, Marquez, Morales, and Corral on some pretty good hitting for Lovington. They hit well in the first and second at-bats last game and then kind of got shut down. So coming up at the plate, the Lady Rams, top of the order, number 5, Tegan Faust, your shortstop. First pitch is in, and it hits, I thought it hit the outside corner, but it's his ball 1. So 1-0 on Faust, as Faust is a left-handed batter. And pitching for Lovington this game, Daphne Urahara is starting. And a nice strike hit over to third base, right to Angelina Corral. She makes a nice stop, a good throw, 5-3, and 1 out. So Faust is a tough out, and it's good to get her because she has amazing speed, and she can be on third base before you know it. So that brings up It's number 7, Cashlyn Fraze, your center fielder, to the plate with 1 out. Lovington up in this one, 3-0. They're looking to try to be efficient out in the field, to not make errors, and to get the Lady Rams out. Showing bunt is Fraze, but she doesn't pull the bat back, and it is strike 1. So 0-1 the count on Fraze. She's a right-handed batter. She plays center field, batting in that second slot in the lineup for the Lady Rams. Portales winning the first of this doubleheader, 9-8. Shows bunt again, but she doesn't make contact, and it's strike number 2. So 0-2 the count on Fraze. You got to think that she's going to be swinging away now, as Lovington smarting just a little bit from losing that first one, determined in this one. A well-hit ball is going to be, and a great diving catch by Chloe Corral in left field denies a hit for Fraze. That was a beautiful catch, and I did not think Chloe Corral could get there in time, as she had to dive to her left to get a well-hit ball in about, not deep center, but about mid-center. About the center of left field, that is.
Where's the Sports Center highlight music when you need it? That was a dive, and a great job by Corral to put 2 outs. A little bit of a break on the field as DePorto getting the shoes readjusted and the shin guards.
Yes, it is Daphne Udahata on the mound for Lovington. DePorto catching. We'll set the rest of the field for you. Up to bat, number 14, Adri Garcia. She hit an out-of-the-park homer in that last game, in addition to pitching the full game and being the winning pitcher.
Actually, Gonzalez was the winning pitcher.
Gonzalez was the winning.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Olivia Gonzalez was the winning pitcher. I'm sorry. I've got my 1s and my 4s mixed up here in the book. Thank you.
It happens.
All right. The pitch comes in. It's going to be high and outside. So 2-0 is the count on Adri Garcia.
And interesting about Garcia is she throws left and she fields left, but she bats right.
And maybe she's capable of batting left, but the Lady Rams have several left-handed batters. They may not need her to bat left in the lineup. So here's a ground ball fielded by Honey Morales, and the throw just a little high, but Olguin stretches for it. So a good play by Morales, a good throw, good catch, and 3 outs now. So 3 up, 3 down. This is the way Lovington needs to play this game, and so far they still have their 3-0 score, their 3-0 lead, and we go to the top of the second. We'll have more Lady Cats softball from Portales on New Armark Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
The pharmacy that you've trusted for over 75 years. Being open for that length of time can only happen with consistency, service, and local engagement. Now Pharmacy has supported the local youth and City of Lovington for over 75 years. When you need a pharmacist, you can trust that Now Pharmacy will be there for your needs. Go by Now Pharmacy, located at 122 West Adams in Lovington today. Now Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Lovington Wildcats.
Looking for tubing testing and scanning in the Permian Basin? Call Empire Services. Empire's been in business since 2012 and has maintained the professional and dependable service company for tubing testing and scanning. Empire Services, a proud supporter of all Lovington High School athletics. The team at Empire Services wishes the Cat athletes the best of luck this season. Don't forget, if you're in need of tubing testing and scanning, call Empire Services at 575-318-6465, 318-6465.
In the bottom of the first inning, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. We go to the top of the second. Lovington coming up to bat with the bottom of the order. It's number 9, Jocelyn Olguin, your first baseman, up to bat. And the first pitch is in, and it's a strike. So 0-1 the count on Olguin. Lovington leading this one 3-0, looking to add to their score with this at-bat. Second pitch is high for ball 1, 1-1. Garcia's on the mound for Portales, Rowland catching. Mitchell on third, Gonzalez on second, Long on third, Faust in the shortstop, Lujan left, Fraze in center, and Marquez in right field. Second pitch, swing and a miss for strike 2, 1-2 on Olguin. Garcia played first base for Portales in that first game, and Gonzalez is in playing second base. She was your pitcher in that first game and the winning pitcher. 9-8 to the score on that, but Lovington is playing this one like they have something to prove. And this pitch is high for ball 2. It is evened up 2-2 on Olguin. I can just tell a difference. Lovington is sharp and really snappy with their movements out in field, and I think and that hit by pitch, as that pitch came in inside, and Olguin turned her body like she was thinking about swinging, but it hit her. So that is a hit by pitch. That's the second.
And actually, there's a question. They're going to talk about it because they are the Portales coach and the Portales catcher said yes, it hit her, but it hit the bat first, which would make it a foul ball.
That's true.
And
if
so
it
they're
hit the bat
discussing
first, we'll see. Right now, I've just got her on first, but she may be coming back with a 2-2 count on her.
And they're going to say nope, it hit her, so she can stay over at first.
So that is Olguin on first, hit by pitch. There was one hit by pitch in the first game as well. And that's going to bring up the top of the order for Lovington. It's going to be Marquez at the plate. She plays center field, and she hits this one straight away, right out to center. A line drive to center. Picking that up is Fraze, throwing that in at second. But that is going to be a nice single for Marquez. She's 2 for 2 today so far in this one. And that's going to move Olguin over to second in scoring position for Lovington. Bringing up Honey Morales, number 4, your shortstop, at the plate. She had a bunt single and scored her first time at bat for Lovington. First pitch, she shows bunt. Ball is high. She pulls the bat away in time, so it is ball 1-0. The count on Morales as Roland, the catcher, gets up and daring either of Lovington's base runners to try to run. Everybody holds where they are. 1-0 count on Morales. Lovington looking to put more runs on the board. She shows bunt, pulls the bat back, but it hits the outside corner for strike one. 1-1. As Roland still very preoccupied with those runners, knowing that in that first game, Coach McCraw was pretty aggressive with the orders on base running. In fact, a couple of base running errors, a little too aggressive a couple of times. And this one comes in high, and that's ball 2. So 2-1 is the count on Morales. Roland still coming out from behind the plate, threatening to throw. And this pitch also comes in high. 3-1 the count. Runners on first and second. The runners out there, especially out on second, Olguin taunting just a little bit, dancing off the bag a little bit more than Marquez on first. And this pitch comes in low and inside. Morales walks. So that loads the bases as Olguin goes to third, Marquez goes to second. Morales takes first on a walk. And that's going to bring up Angelina Corral to the plate. Number 13, your third baseman. She singled her first time up at bat and scored a run for Lovington, one of the 3 that they have put on the board so far. Standing up at the plate, she is a right-handed batter. And the first pitch is going to be outside, and it's going to be a wild pitch. And,
wow,
they got her. Wow, that ball went past Roland, but she was able to get back, toss it to Garcia at the plate, and Garcia she blocked it, but legally, and that throw was in time to cut off the run. So Olguin thrown out at the plate for the first out, but that does move the other runners over. Marquez is on third now, Morales on second, first base is open, and Angelina Corral still at bat, with a 1-0 count on her, but 1 out now after that successful throw to the plate to catch Olguin and throw her out at home. The pitch is going to be low and outside for ball number 2, 2-0 the count. As Corral with a good eye, being patient. She worked a 1-1 count before hitting a well-hit ball out to left field for a single her first time up. Runners at second and third for Lovington. They're up in this one 3-0. Oh, and away in front of that, Corral smoked that over toward the Lady Wildcat dugout to the left. So strike number 1, so 2-1. Well, Corral was sitting and waiting on that one, and Garcia took just a little bit off it. So 2-1 your count. And this pitch come in. She gets under it, hits a high pop, and coming out to try to get it in foul territory down the third base line. Rowland tried to get it. She ends up falling, and Long is right there asking if she's okay.
And that's actually Long's ball, as Rowland called her off. But Long let her, but that should be the third baseman's
I really
ball.
think that the ball really traveled in the air. It hung up for so long. I think Rowland thought it was going to stay more, toward the plate, and it ended up being more, should have been Long's ball. Instead, it's just a strike, and it evens up the count 2-2. And that next pitch is outside. And again, Garcia's having a little trouble controlling her arm as it comes back around her hip the second time. And sometimes it's hitting her hip, and it's causing that ball, her to release that ball to the outside. And that is going to be
high
a
for
walk,
ball 4.
high and outside for ball 4. So another walk, back-to-back walks issued, and that's going to load the bases up again as 2 walks in a row by Garcia, having a little bit of a control problem, brings up Lainey Urahara, their designated player, and Coach Bonner wants to talk about it. I think she sees that Garcia's struggling just a little bit, and she's coming out just to say, hey, is everything okay? She's just, I think, trying to settle everybody down and maybe cool Lovington off just a little bit right here. Lovington's got a lot of momentum. They scored 3 in the first inning. They're threatening with bases loaded here. I think Coach Bonner going out to make sure they all know what they're supposed to do and settle everything down. Coach McCraw having a little talk over on that third with Marcus sitting on third base. So bases loaded, a golden opportunity for Lovington to surge into even more of a lead. They're at 3-0 right now. They'd like to increase that with 1 out. Lainey Urahara, who pitched the last game, at bat. First pitch comes in, and it's going to be low for ball number 1. So it hit the outside corner, but it was a little low to be called a strike. So 1-0 the count. And I think after walking 2 batters back-to-back, I think you make her throw you strikes. I think you put the pressure on her. Man, there was a nice ball to hit, and Urahara does. It's a pop fly going out to center field. Fraze drifts over. It's going to score 1, though, as Marcus comes in from third, and all the runners move around. Urahara with a sac fly out to center field, and that's 2 outs for Lovington, but they score a run on that and move the runners over. Runners at second and third now, and it's Sienna DePorto, the catcher for Lovington, up at the plate now. 2 outs. Lovington up in this one 4-0 now. And that ball is going to be outside for ball 1. So 1-0 on DePorto, a very capable hitter for Lovington. In fact, DePorto was 2 for 4 in the first game. And that's going to come. A call strike over their outside corner. And that's going to even the count up on DePorto, 1-1. So DePorto stepping back up. Runners at second and third. Lovington really would like to keep this at-bat going and increase their lead. They know that Portal is capable of putting big scores on the board. And that's going to be high and outside for ball 2. 2-1, DePorto with a good eye. Gonna make Garcia pitch to her unless she sees one that she can smack, and she's capable of sending him out of the field for sure. Oh, and that was a nice long line drive. It's going to go right to the fence in left field. It's going to score 1. It's going to score 2. And it's going to be a double, stand-up double for DePorto. So a double, a 2 RBI double for DePorto. Puts her on second. Scores Morales from third. Scores Corral from second. And it puts Lovington up in this one 6-0. And brings up Riley Dunlap, your right fielder, to the plate. They're going to have a courtesy runner going in for DePorto at second. That's going to be number 2.
It's Reyes.
Yeah, Reyes. Anai. So a runner in scoring position out on second base. This inning isn't over yet. Riley Dunlap gets her turn. She had a single, a fly out to left field. Her first time up at bat, she got stranded on third, and she hits a nice fly out to center field. Going back to catch it, though, is Fraze. So Dunlap gives it a ride. A long fly ball makes the third out for Lovington, but they put 3 on the board, and your score is 6-0. We go to the bottom of the second inning. Portales coming up to bat. Will be more with Lady Wildcats softball. Brought to you by Noah Mart Digital and One Radio Score Sports.
Hey, all you Lovington Wildcat fans! Lovington sports are in full swing, and at the Lovington schools, they'd like for you to come out and cheer on the Lovington Wildcats. Lovington Schools is the best district in all of Lee County. For more information on the Lovington schools, please log on to lovingtonschools.net. And don't forget to support the Lovington schools and the Lovington Wildcats.
Attention shoppers, Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
Back here at Portales as Lovington tacks 3 more on the board and 2 more hits. No errors committed by Portales. 1 runner left on. We head to the bottom of the second. Lovington up 6-0. I'm TJ Miracle, and with the call, Dawn Morgan.
Yep, and Portales went 3 up, 3 down their first at bat, so that's going to bring up their 4th position hitter, 21, Kinsey Rowland, the catcher, up to the plate. And Lovington, again, needs to be very efficient out in the field, as they were. They need to play a very good, a very tight defensive game. They had a couple of costly fielding errors in that first game and ended up losing just by 1 run. First pitch comes in, and it is going to be a ball, just a little too low. Right over the plate, but too low. So ball 1-0 the count. Daphne Udahara on the mound. She is the sister to Lainey Udahara, who pitched the first game. Oh, and this is going to be high, as looks like she had a little release problem with that. Released it really late and high. So 2-0 the count. DePorto, your catcher. O'Gean out on first. Hernandez on second. Angelina Corral on third. Morales at short. This is hit, a line drive right over the second baseman. Hernandez can't even get a glove up to stop it. Dunlap going back to the fence. She fields it and sends the ball in. It's a good throw. The Lovington faithful thought that the throw was in time and that she was out, but she is called safe. So Rowland with a double. A line drive out to right field.
Good throw by Dunlap,
yeah,
but just
good.
Nothing that she could do, as it'll be Baca checking into courtesy run. But a great throw by Dunlap, and now Coach McCraw going to go over and just ask, hey, why wasn't she out on that? From where he was standing, it probably did look that way. I mean, it was close from sitting up here, but I think he just wants a quick explanation, and he's like, okay. I don't like it, but okay.
Yeah, and Dunlap chasing that ball and, making as good of a fielding. She really handled that ball as well as she could out there and made a nice throw. So that's Lovington doing all they can, but sometimes that's all you can do. So Rowland with a double, sitting out on second base in scoring position. Bailey Hinterleiter at the plate. First pitch comes in high for ball number 1. So 1-0 on Hinterleiter, your designated player. 6-0 your score. Lovington is up in this one. But they're looking to try to shut the Lady Rams down. There's a line drive hit between first and second, and Dunlap picks it up, but then bobbles it and throws in, not in time. And then the throw by DePorto out to second base is not in time, and Hinterleiter is standing on second. So Hinterleiter, again, that ball was fielded, but there was a bobble on the throw.
Yeah, it'll be an error, which actually scored the run as Dunlap drops it. And so the run will score on the error. It'll be a single for Hinterleiter, and she'll move to second on that error, which wound up scoring Baca, who was running for Rowland.
And that means that Portales is on the board with 1 run. 6-1 is your score. Olivia Gonzalez, your pitcher. Number 3 is up at bat. And again, this is the first plate appearance for Gonzalez. 1 run in, 1 runner on in scoring position. There's a swing and a foul pop that's going to hit the top of the dugout on the right side, hit the top of the Portales dugout. So strike 1 on Olivia Gonzalez. Gonzalez pitched the first game for Portales, the winning pitcher. She did it without a single strikeout. She walked 2, I believe, and hit a batter as well. But she is the winning pitcher. And a call strike, a nice pitch on the inside corner. So Daphne Urahara on the mound for Lovington with an 0-2 count now on Gonzalez. Hinterleiter sitting out on second base in scoring position. 6-1 your score, Lovington winning. And this pitch is going to be low in the dirt for ball 1. DePorto having a little trouble digging that one out and threatening to run as Hinterleiter, but she goes back to second.
Yeah, did a nice job. DePorto just kept it in front of her and kept her hand on it, and that kept Hinterleiter stapled over at second.
They know DePorto's got a good arm. And this pitch comes in just a little inside for ball number 2. 2-2 the count on Gonzalez. Oh, okay. 3-2. Sorry, the count is full. 3-2 on Gonzalez. This is hit a line drive over the head of Corral out to the fence in left field. That's going to score 1. Hinterleiter scores from second, and that's going to be a stand-up double for Gonzalez as a well-hit ball, and there was nothing anybody could do with that. So a double puts Gonzalez out in scoring position, and that's an RBI double, bringing Hinterleiter home, and Portales now has 2 runs on the board, 6-2. They're cutting into that Lovington lead and here in the bottom of the second inning.
Still nobody out, too.
Right.
That's something else to keep an eye on.
Yeah, no outs, showing bunt, laying down a beauty. Corral comes in, makes the throw, and throws long out at first, but a sac bunt moves Gonzalez over to third. That was a beautiful bunt. Just textbook, as Corral was already kind of playing in, but Corral has been playing those bunts beautifully herself and made a great throw. So now 1 out with a runner on third. Kaysen Mitchell at the bat, number 16, your first baseman. First pitch is going to be low for ball number 1. As Kaysen Mitchell
didn't play in the last game.
Right, that's why I was looking back at my scorebook to make sure that she was not. She's playing first base because Garcia is pitching, and she played first in the first game. And a swing and a foul tip back to the screen makes it 1-1. The count on Mitchell. 1 out. 2 runs have scored for Portales here in the bottom of the second inning. Lovington really needs to shut Portales down right here. Portales is threatening to keep this inning going, and Lovington needs to stop the bleeding here. A nice pitch and hit right back to Urahara, who throws over to first base, and the runner on third, Gonzalez, stays put. So now 2 outs as Mitchell grounds out 1-3, the second out, and that brings number 1, Idam Lujan, the left fielder, up to the plate. She bats from the left-hand side. Gonzalez still sitting out on third base after hitting a double, a stand-up double, out to left field. First pitch comes in, and it is going to be a ball. So 1-0 is the count. 1-0 on Lujan, 2 outs, a runner on third. Portales has sent 2 runs across the plate in this inning, in this at-bat. And a nice pitch right over the plate. Good speed, swung on and missed by Lujan, who does hits from the left side and does the little slap hit motion. Slaps at that, misses. 1-1 your count. Lovington needing to get this out. A swing and a miss for strike 2. So 1-2 the count, as it would be much better to try to get this batter than to have the top of the order come back up for Portales. 1-2 your count. Oh, and this pitch is going to be outside for ball number 2. 2-2. As dancing off the bag over there on third is Gonzalez. Just a little. She's back on it now. DePorto keeping an eye on her. Lujan at the plate. Daphne Udahara doesn't work as quickly as her sister in the circle. And a little slap hit, and is picked up in fair territory and thrown out. So
foul.
Oh no, they're going to call it foul. Well, she did pick it up in foul territory. She picked it up, but she went ahead and made the play, which you should. You should follow through with it because you don't know exactly what the ump is going to see and if they're going to catch it or not. So she threw over and would have gotten her out had it not been a foul ball when she picked it up. And slaps at this one, and going to be another foul over to the door of the dugout. And Coach McCraw actually
bobbled it a little bit. I'd have to give him an error if that was in the field of play.
But he wasn't wearing a glove.
That's
so
true.
I think
he tried to barehand it, so I'll give him that one.
Yeah, 2-2 your count on Lujan still. She's hanging tough at the plate. And she slaps at this one, and another foul ball goes toward Corral, but it rolls foul a little faster than the last one. So it just remains 2-2 as Udahara in the circle really needs to try to get Lujan out, or at least throw a strike and let her fielders do their job. She really does work a lot slower, more deliberately than her sister who pitched the first game. And this is slapped right over to Honey Morales. She scoops it up, makes the throw, and gets her just in time, maybe half a step. Again, good play by Morales at shortstop. Good throw, good catch by Holguin, and the third out. And breathing a sigh of relief, Lovington getting out of that one. They did give up 2 runs, though. We go to the top of the third inning. Your score is 6-2. Lovington leading. We'll have more Lady Cat softball on Walmart Digital and One Radio Score Sports.
Devon Energy is proud to support the athletic programs of Lovington High School this season. By partnering with local schools in Lovington, Devon is making an investment in the long-term future of the community. Sports teach discipline, teamwork, and leadership. Skills our youth will use to succeed for a lifetime. From the Devon team to yours, Devon Energy wishes you good luck this season, both on the field and in the classroom. Go Wildcats!
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
For Portales, they get 2 runs on 3 hits. Lovington commits 1 error and 1 runner left on base. We head to the third. Lovington in the lead, 6-2. I'm TJ Miracle, and with the call, Dawn Morgan.
And up to bat for Lovington will be the bottom of their order. Number 12, Daphne Udahara, the pitcher, and she swings at the first pitch she sees and hits a long fly ball out to center. Fraze gets it in her glove, but drops it. Just can't hang on to it. And Udahara sitting on third, so an E8.
So
that was a well-hit ball, but you have to give her an error because she had it in her glove.
Yeah, got to use 2 hands. That's just fundamental softball or baseball, when, especially for an outfielder, when you're stretching up, you have, as my coach in high school, Coach Doe, used to say, you got 2 hands, kid, use them.
Yeah.
And, that's one thing I've noticed, high school baseball and softball both. The last 4 or 5 years is less and less of that fundamental use of 2 hands, especially by the outfielders.
Yep. It may not be look as cool, but cool is not making an error, and that's more important.
It's a lot cooler to win.
Yeah, exactly. first pitch is outside as Chloe Corral, your left fielder, showing bunt, but pulls the bat back in time. So with the runner in scoring position on second base, Chloe Corral at bat, 1-0, and she shows bunt. It ends up popping it foul. That's what you don't want to do in a bunt situation. You've got to push the ball down and deaden it. When you just put it out there, a lot of times you hit it and end up popping it up. So another pop foul catch by Roland. No, we're chasing flies, but I thought to.
Yeah.
I
No,
thought,
sorry.
TJ, I thought you were trying to get
flies,
my attention, telling me something.
No, I'm trying to get that fly out of our booth here.
And first pitch comes in to Jocelyn Olguin, and it's a strike. A lot of pop in that glove. 0-1 the count. She was hit by a pitch and got on, but then got thrown out at home, trying to steal home, come home in that first at bat, and that's going to be called strike 2 on the outside corner. So quickly 0-2 on Olguin with 1 out and 1 runner on. That is actually Castro out there pinch running, courtesy running at second base, and this is going to come in high and inside for ball 1. Olguin flinched, thought about swinging, but didn't. 1-2 is your count. Lovington, needing to go ahead and to keep those bats swinging, keep those runs crossing the plate. They need some more padding in this game, some insurance runs. This ball is going to hit Garcia's hip again and go outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Olguin.
Of course, Lovington did all of their scoring in that first game in the first 2 innings, and then were held scoreless for the next 5. Don't want that to happen again.
Nope, they can't let their momentum, their offensive momentum die. Oh, and high for ball 3. So the full count on Olguin now. 1 out, 1 runner on in scoring position. Lovington leads this 6-2 here in the top of the 3rd inning. After losing that first game by just 1 run, they really have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, something to prove, and they can win this one. Oh, and a nice hit fly ball going to drift out between center and left into no man's land, and nobody gets it, and that's going to put Olguin on. Nice hit. A single is going to move Udahara over to 3rd, or actually Castro pinch running for Udahara to 3rd, and Olguin takes first. Runners at the corners, just 1 out, and top of the order, back up for Lovington. Avery Marquez, the center fielder at the plate. She hit a double her first time up, a single her second time up, has scored 2 runs, and she is 2 for 2. First pitch comes in, it's inside, and instead of getting out of the way, Marquez, she's such a hitter. She wants to hit anything and everything she can reach, and she's capable of it. So that was high and inside, but she got wood on it.
Got to show a little patience, though, sometimes.
She was ahead of it, and she sent it foul over to the left for strike 1. This one comes right across the plate. A smoker down the 3rd base line, out of play. Long grab for it, but could not get it. And that's going to score 1. So Marquez with a sharply hit ball, but fielded well. Lujan out in left, picking that up, throwing that in, but not before Castro crossed the plate for Lovington. And that puts Olguin on 2nd, and Marquez on 1st with a single, and it brings up Honey Morales to the plate, your shortstop, with just 1 out still. And it's going to be outside for ball number 1. And almost gets away from Roland, looking carefully at that.
Well, and again, Garcia, I think, hit her hip on that one, and so a little hard for a catcher to know where it's going.
So 1-0 is your count on Morales. She walked her last time up at bat. She hit a bunt single her first time. And this one also is going to be outside ball 2 as Roland comes out, threatening to throw, watching Olguin out there on 2nd, taunting her just a little bit. Marquez on 1st, just the 1 out. And this, Morales sends a nice fly. It's going to drop right in front of Fraze, who ran up on it, trying to get it. And sliding in at 3rd safely is going to be Olguin. So that's going to be Morales with a single. a nice, nicely hit ball. It kind of died. It was going out, and I thought that Fraze was going to catch it, and then the ball just kind of died in front of her.
And almost not deep enough. It was almost disaster because Fraze could get to it. Of course, the runners have to wait to tag up before they can go,
because they
and
know
Fraze almost able to throw out Olguin.
They know it's a catchable fly out in play, and they have to watch. So bases are loaded now, 1 out. Angelina Corral is your batter. She's a third baseman, and she hits the first one. It's going to be a little roller up to second base, and the throw is not in time. The throw was kind of high, and coming around scoring is 1, and coming around and scoring 2 on that throw. So 2 runs will cross the plate for Lovington. Olguin comes across, and Marquez is able to come across.
And so it'll be an error. It'll actually be a throwing error on the second baseman, Gonzalez, which gets Morales to the Corral on to first. She would have gotten the RBI anyway, and then after the ball got away and in the confusion, that's when the second run, that's being Marquez, came around to score. So now Lady Cats at the corners is Morales at third, Corral at first, and Udahara coming up with still only 1 out.
Lainey Udahara, your designated player in this game. She was the pitcher in the last game, and she hit a sac fly her last time at bat and grounded out to the shortstop. Her first time at bat, she's 0 for 2, looking to change that right here. First pitch comes over low across the outside corner for ball 1. 1-0 the count. As TJ said, runners at the corners, Morales on third, Corral on first. And a slap, a sharply hit ball gets by Faust, and it's going to score 1 as a runner goes to third, and that's going to put Udahara on first. And I think that's not an error. That went past the glove. Faust didn't even get a chance to get down on it. That was a sharply hit ball, very nicely hit ball. And that is going to, of course, score Morales and send Corral over to third and put Udahara on first. So runners on the corners again, and still just 1 out. And they want to talk about it. Portales calls a timeout as Coach Bonner goes out to the circle. And I think we may, one of the assistant coaches is talking to the outfielders.
Although it does look like Portales does have somebody down
warming up in the bullpen. They do. They have somebody warming up the bullpen.
And they've only got 2. They've only got Baca and Aguirre on the bench, so I mean it's got to be they've got to be warming each other up. So,
yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. For right now, it's runners at the corners.
And
1
we do have
out.
a new pitcher.
Okay, we are going to have a pitcher. It looks like they may put. Are they going to put Gonzalez back in?
They're going to put Gonzalez back in.
Yeah, Gonzalez was your winning pitcher in that first game, and so it looks like they're going to put Gonzalez back in. And let's see if they just adjust things back in the field like they had them for that first game or not. But Gonzalez will come in. She was playing second in this game. And let's see, Garcia. Nope.
She'll move to first.
Yep, Garcia's going to go play first where she played the first game.
And it looks like it'll be trying to catch all the numbers as we move here. As Marquez will go.
Marquez is...
Number 2 will go to second.
Marquez comes in at second. And then going in right field, it looks like, is that number 4?
I'm having a little trouble picking that one up from here.
I think it's number 4 maybe, if there's a 4.
There is. Sure. That is Baca.
Okay, so Baca goes in for Marquez in right field.
So we got a whole bunch of changes
yeah,
for Portales.
So Gonzalez taking some warm-up pitches. She pitched the entire game. That first one, she had no strikeouts, 2 walks, and she hit 1 batter, but she was the winning pitcher as that game was really won by the bats of Portales and the defensive play as they didn't commit. I don't think they committed a single error in the field. I didn't have them with any errors.
No, they did not.
I didn't have any errors written down for them. They really won that. They shut Lovington down scoring-wise after their second at bat, and then got their own bats going, and then managed to play an error-free ball game out in the field, and that really was the difference in that first one. So we will see what happens now as Lovington has scored 4. They've had another breakout inning, and it's 10-2 your score right now. In all of this talk, I'm sorry, I've been remiss in not giving the score. 10-2 is your score. Lovington up by 8 here in the top of the third inning with 1 out, as the umpire and the Lovington coaches get all of the changes recorded correctly.
And Aguirre has moved over to third.
All right, so Aguirre goes over to third instead in place of Long, and I think Long just came out of the game completely. I don't see Long out there now.
Unless they moved her to short, but I don't think so. Anyway, we'll figure it all out as we go.
All right. So coming up to bat is your catcher, Sienna DePorto. She hit a 2 RBI double her last time up. She's 1 for 2. And the pitch comes across, and Roland has trouble digging that out, and going to second base is Urahara. So now runners at second and third for Lovington. Only 1 out. DePorto at bat. 1 for 2 in this game. It's her third plate appearance. The pitch comes in, and a good swing, but fouls it back to the screen. Good timing. She just hit just on the bottom of that ball and then just spun it right straight back. But DePorto, as always, taking a healthy cut at that.
And, of course, don't forget, barring a neutral site playoff game here, this will be the last time we see this facility. They're building a new one over at the high school, we've been told.
This pitch comes in high and outside for ball 2. 2-1 the count. DePorto letting that one go. DePorto's pretty good about not chasing balls. She's got a pretty good eye, and she'll wait for the pitches that she can hit and likes to hit, and does not get struck out very often. She hits a ground ball to second, and it's going to be an error by Marcus, who bobbles it. Coming in from right field is Baca behind her to field it and throw it in, but it is going to score. So DePorto gets on with an E4, but she gets the RBI as it brings in Corral. So she gets an RBI out of that. It brings in Corral, and moving all the way over to third
is Urahara. Actually,
yes,
I believe that's Boyle in courtesy running.
I was waiting to see. I couldn't tell who the courtesy runner is, but I knew it was not Lainey Urahara. But Boyle sitting on third, DePorto on first. So runners at the corners, still just 1 out in this top of the third inning. And a hit by pitch as Riley Dunlap is going to take the base as that ball hits her foot. That's the second hit by pitch. One by Gonzalez, and now one by Garcia.
And that puts the Lady Cats back where they started with Daphne Urahara, who reached on an error and started this scoring barrage.
That's right. Lovington has batted around now. So runners, bases are loaded, and the first pitch is going to come in high and outside for ball number 1. So Daphne Urahara, your pitcher, back up. She reached on an error on her last time at bat, ended up crossing the plate. And she hits a long fly ball out to center field, drifting under it. Making the catch is Lujan, but tagging up and scoring from third is Boyle. So that's going to be an RBI for Daphne Urahara, even though she flied out to left field still. And that was a nice grab and catch out there by Lujan, unfortunately for Urahara. So second out for Lovington, but it scores another run. 12-2 is your score. Brings up Chloe Corral to the plate. First pitch is going to be high and outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count on her, with runners now at second and third. That is the courtesy runner for DePorto. Over on third. And then Dunlap out on second after she reached.
It's going to be Reyes over at third.
Yeah, Reyes. I knew there was a courtesy runner, but again, I couldn't see the number. Her arm was hiding her number 2 there. So runners on second and third. First, and that pitch came into Chloe Corral. Swing and a foul tip back for strike 1. 1-1 the count. 2 outs now for Lovington. And swing and a high pop foul is going to go out of play into the bleachers on the right side. Luckily, the fans were heads up, and it hit the bleacher and didn't hit any fans. So strike 2 on Corral. 1-2 the count. Runners on second and third. Lovington has scored 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this inning. This inning started out, the score was 6-2. It's now 12-2. Lovington doing a good job of padding their lead, just like we said at the very beginning of this at-bat. That's what they needed to do. And this pitch swung on and catches a piece of it to stay alive. So Corral hanging tough. 1-2 is your count. With runners at second and third, Lovington would love to keep this inning, this at-bat going. They have forced a pitching change and brought Gonzalez back into this game. They saw her 7 at-bats last time. Oh, a sharply hit line drive into left field is going to score 1. Coming around scoring 2. The throw in is good, and it's going to be a 2 RBI single for Chloe Corral. Nice job. A really well hit ball out into left field. Again, just a great job. 2 RBI single puts Corral on first, cleans off the bases. 2 more runs, makes it 14-2. And coming up to bat with 2 outs, Jocelyn Olguin, your first baseman. And the first pitch is high and outside. There's a throw down to second to try to get the steal by Chloe Corral. Not in time, so a nice stolen base as Corral's got good speed to go along with her hitting. So she sits on second in scoring position. Jocelyn Olguin hit a nice single out, well hit ball out in right field her last time up at bat and crossed the plate for Lovington. She was hit by a pitch her first time, so she's 1 for 1. Hit by pitch doesn't count as simply as a plate appearance, and the throw down to third base is not in time. That's a bad throw. It gets past, and that's going to score another run. So on the throwing and the catching errors out there, Chloe Corral manages to steal third and then come home on the error. So another run in.
And that'll make it 15-2.
Yes, 15-2, even though the official score, the scoreboard has not caught up with that yet. That is 15-2 now. And this is going to be high as the count is now 2-1 on Jocelyn Olguin. 2-1 your count. The bases are all cleaned off now. Wow, this has been a big breakout inning for Lovington. Exactly
4 errors
what they
for
needed.
Portales this inning.
Lovington really, I think, has rattled Portales. Portales not making any errors in that first game. And there is a high fly ball drifting over and catching that, making a nice grab right at the fence, right beyond the dugout. On the right side is Garcia for the third out, and Lovington finally goes to the dugout, but not after scoring 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 runs in this inning. So 15-2 your score. We go to the bottom of the third inning. Portales with a lot of catching up to do. Lovington would like to get them out 3 up, 3 down if they can. And we'll be back with more Lady Cat softball on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
General Welding Supply, Inc., the only locally owned and operated welding supply shop in Lee County. Why is shopping local important? There are many reasons. Shopping local keeps your dollar right here in Lee County. The staff at General Welding Supply shops the same stores you do. How about support? General Welding Supply supports local by sponsoring schools and youth sports. Shop General Welding Supply in Hobbs and Lovington. General Welding Supply, a proud supporter of Lovington sports. Find them fast at names and numbers.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart Hub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
The Lovington Lady Cats get 9 runs in the top of the third inning to take the 15-2 lead. Back to the action. Here's Dawn Morgan.
And we go to the
bottom of the
third inning, yes, as Portales coming up to bat, and it is the top of the order with Tegan Faust, your shortstop, up at the plate. She grounded out to the third baseman her last time at bat. She's 0 for 1. This is just her second plate appearance. and she fouls that off to the left toward the Lovington dugout for strike number 2. 0-2 on Faust. She had a good first game, both at bat and defensively. Portales not looking as sharp in this game, and Lovington looking much more pulled together, much more fierce. And that's going to be low and outside for ball number 1. Daphne Udahara doing a pretty good job on the mound for Lovington in this game. This is the first time that we've seen her pitch this season.
And, of course, being called in because of the injury to Vega.
And there's a little slap hit down the third baseline. It rolls foul. So the count remains 1-2 on Faust. Faust is your left-handed batter. She is wiry and very quick. She's got a lot of power. 1-2 the count. She slaps another one that goes foul just past the third base bag. So the count remains 1-2. She's just a little behind Udahara on these pitches, waiting a little late to decide to slap at it. I think she's targeting trying to slap it down that third base line. She's waiting a little too late to do that. And she slaps this one, and again it goes foul.
Yeah, definitely trying that. Coming out of the left-handed batter's box, it basically gives her an extra 2 steps,
and
of an
2
advantage.
Or 3 even, 2 or 3, and with as fast as she is anyway, that almost guarantees that she's going to beat out any throw, even with a perfectly fielded ball, which we have seen. Angelina Corral's been doing a very good job. She had a good first game over there at third base. This time, it's high for ball number 2. 2-2 on Faust. 2-2. As the sun's going down, the shadows are lengthening over the field. A slap and a little hit back to the mound. Oh, and Daphne Udahara did what she should do. She reached for it with a bare hand because that ball was almost dead, but it was still spinning. And when she grabbed it, she didn't grab the whole ball and stop the spin. And instead, the ball spun out of her hand, and she missed that chance at the throw. And, man, you have to make a clean play if you're going to get foul. She's that fast. So, again, hate to write that down, but an E1 puts Faust on first base. And it brings up Cashlyn Fraze, your center fielder, to the plate. First pitch is hit, a little grounder to shortstop. Honey Morales picks it up. Oh, and makes a bad throw. And that is going to send Faust all the way over to third, and it's going to put Fraze on first. So 2 errors here. Good fielding, but an error on the throw by Morales is going to put Fraze on first base. Runners at the corners for Portales. They're threatening to also get a rally going on here.
Yeah, Lovington has just got to take a deep breath and get it all back together. Yeah, they sat in the dugout for a long time during a 9-run half inning, but they're in mercy rule territory now. They just need to pull it back together.
They just need to focus. And first pitch is going to be high and outside for ball 1 as Garcia shows bunt, pulls the bat back, and DePorto has to go upstairs to pull that ball down and keep it from being a pass ball, keep it from being a wild pitch rather, and getting past her. So 1-0 is the count. Nobody out. Runners on first and third for Portales. Fraze on first, Faust on third, Garcia at bat. Garcia back in as the pitcher. And nice pitch, a throw down to second, and that throw is a good one, but the catch is kind of bobbled, and the throw back home is not in time.
And so that'll be another error.
Another error, and that throw, that run scores for Portales on the error, and that puts Fraze on second, and Adri Garcia still at the plate with a 2-0 count on her. So 15-3 your score now as the Lady Rams managed to score one. Nice pitch, sizzling right over the outside corner as I think Daphne Udahara a little frustrated out there, just brings the heat and pops the glove. 2-1 is your count on Garcia. with Frey sitting there on second. Oh, and this one comes inside. And Garcia jumps back from that. So it'll be ball 3. 3-1 the count now on Garcia. As Urahara just needs to settle down, focus. All of Lovington, just take a breath. They still have this game well in hand. They just can't afford to let Portales rattle them here. And a slap out to a line drive out to center is going to be picked up by Marquez. The good throw in to shortstop to cut that off and to keep Fraze at third. But it's going to be a single for Garcia, who's sitting out on first now. Of course, again, runners at first and third for Portales. That brings up number 12, Kinsey Rowland, the catcher, up to the plate. She hit a really hard hit ball out to right field her last time up at bat, so she's 1 for 1. Runners at first and third, no outs. Lovington needs to concentrate on just getting outs. And there is a little pop back up to the mound, a high pop fly, and that is out number 1.
And a good job there, and Urahara did use 2 hands when she got that one. So,
yes, she did.
So now that takes a little bit of the pressure off, but you still have to worry about just one batter at a time. If they've scored one,
that's right,
but you don't want them to score anymore.
You one out at a time, one batter at a time. Deep breath, focus. Bailey Hinterleiter hits a line drive shot right out into center field, and that's going to score 1. So Hinterleiter, the designated player, with an RBI single, puts her on first, scores Fraze from third, puts another run across. 15-4 your score now. Lovington leading Portales. Garcia sitting on second, and coming up to bat is Olivia Gonzalez. As Gonzalez, number 3, she hit a double her last time up and then got stranded on third base, did not score for Portales. Coach Bonner talking to her, taking a little time out. So runners on first and second, 1 out. Gonzalez at bat. And a sharply hit ball just to the right of the second baseman, and that's going to score 1 as no throw in. That ball went right by Hernandez, but not fieldable, so that's going to be an RBI single for Gonzalez, and it scores Garcia all the way from second base, and it moves Hinterleiter over to second, so an RBI single for Gonzalez. Brings up number 11, Emma Long.
Actually, that's Aguirre now.
Aguirre, that's right. Aguirre went in for Long. I've got to adjust my book. Aguirre in for Long, and the first pitch comes in. It's a ball. So ball 1, 1-0 on Aguirre. One out. Lovington just needs to concentrate on each batter, each out. And a foul over to the right. It's going to land in the netting over the bullpen on the right side for strike 1. So 1-1 your count on Aguirre. Still just 1 out. Lovington really needs to concentrate and try to get Portales out. This has the feel of an at-bat that could turn into a long rally and put way too many runs on the board. And Lovington needs to shut it down right now. 15-5 is your score. And a long hit ball, a fly is gonna, and a beautiful catch again. Chloe Corral made one of those already, and she makes another one coming over from left field, puts her glove out and denies Aguirre, and that's an important out. So a fly to left field for out number 2, and that brings up Kaysen Mitchell.
Actually, it'll be Baca.
Baca, that's right.
With more changes.
Thank you, more changes. Again, changed them in one place when they happened, but didn't change the lineup. So Baca in for Mitchell, and the pitch comes across.
Wild pitch.
It's a wild pitch. It goes past DePorto. Nothing she could do about it. It's going to move the runners over to second and third. So Hinterleiter takes third. Gonzalez takes second on the wild pitch, moving the runners around. And Baca at the plate. She's a left-handed batter. with runners on second and third. 2 outs, though, with Lovington just needs to get 1 out and get out of this inning. Sowing bunt, slapping at it, and missing it. Baca with strike 1, 0-1 the count. As Urahara, Daphne on the mound. Again, just needs to settle down, focus, throw strikes. Lovington, just focus on this 3rd out. Get out of the inning. Slaps a foul bunt down way too hard. Goes all the way over to the Lovington dugout for strike 2. So 0-2 count on Baca with 2 outs. You got to think she's not going to be trying a bunt this time. But still, as a left-handed batter, maybe slapping at that ball. 0-2 the count. Payoff pitch, swing and a miss. Oh, and
got just a piece of it to stay alive.
Just a little piece of that. So 0-2 count remains on Baca.
I think just a nibble would be.
Maybe. I'm not even. Yeah, just barely. Porto might have actually used some harsh language, just enough to move that ball. Oh, and just missed the outside corner. Ball 1-2.
And one thing with Baca, and this is something that you would think Coach McCraw's noticed, and you would think Urahara has noticed, that Baca looks very uncomfortable when she's doing anything other than trying to slap at it. So, maybe just send your best fastball in and see what she can do.
Exactly, just throw strike, and that is. She gets her with a strikeout. So, finally, Lovington getting out of that in that bottom of the 3rd inning. Damage is done, but Lovington still well in hand of this one. 15-5 your score after Portales puts 3 runs on the board. We go to the top of the 4th inning. Lovington coming up to bat, and we'll have more Lady Wildcats softball coming up on Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle's new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that helps keep your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington, your Napa Auto Store.
We're the pharmacy that you've trusted for over 75 years. Being open for that length of time can only happen with consistency, service, and local engagement. Now Pharmacy has supported the local youth in City of Lovington for over 75 years. When you need a pharmacist, you can trust that Now Pharmacy will be there for your needs. Go by Now Pharmacy located at 122 West Adams in Lovington today. Now Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Lovington Wildcats.
And welcome back to Lovington Lady Cat Softball from Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. Portales 3 runs on 3 hits. Lovington with 3 errors and 2 runners left on base. We head to the 4th. Here's Dawn Morgan.
Top of the 4th inning. And coming up to bat is number 3, Avery Marquez. A swing and a miss. 0-1 the count. Marquez is 3 for 3 today. A double and 2 singles. She crossed the plate 3 times for Lovington. 0-1 the count on her. Lovington in the lead, 15-5 here. And a fast ball and a well-hit fly ball, but right out to center. Fraze drifts over a couple of steps to her left to catch that one, so Marquez gives it a ride. A nicely hit long fly ball, but becomes out number 1 for Lovington. That brings up number 4, Honey Morales, your shortstop, to the plate. She hit a bunt single, a walk, and a single, and has crossed the plate 3 times for Lovington as well. Hits the first pitch she sees, a long fly ball out to right field, and here Baca drifts over maybe 2 steps to catch that. So 3 pitches, 2 swings of the bat, and 2 outs with 2 long fly balls as Lovington standing up, hitting, trying to put runners on base. Brings up number 13, Angelina Corral, your 3rd baseman. She hit a single, a walk, and then got on base with an error, but had an RBI with it, and now gets hit by pitch. This is the 3rd hit by pitch in this game, the 2nd one by Garcia.
And Coach McCraw going to come over. He wanted to ask the man in blue something quickly.
as Corral takes first base. She is fine. He calls down there and asks, is she all right? And Corral on first. That brings up number 11, Lainey Urahara, your designated player. She grounded out, hit a sac fly, and then hit a single her last time at bat. She's 1 for 3. Oh, and this is inside. It doesn't hit her, but it gets past Roland. And a wild pitch is going to send Corral down to second base. So Corral in scoring position for Lovington now. Lovington has a 10-run lead in this one, 15-5. They'd like to add to that because if they can and get this into run rule territory, then after 5 complete innings, they could post the win on this one. That's going to be high for ball 2, 2-0 on Urahara.
And Gonzalez has to be getting just a little bit tired. She did pitch the complete game in game number 1. So now it's going to be on Lovington to just keep her working a little bit harder, I think.
This pitch is going to be outside for ball number 3. Urahara making her work for it, making her earn those strikes. Urahara very capable of hitting the long balls and moving runners around. And there is a runner, Corral, sitting on second for Lovington. Takes a little off of this one and puts it over the plate. And the take sign on all the way as Urahara watches that one. 3-1 your count now. As Gonzalez does what she has to. Takes a little speed off of it, but puts it over the center of the plate. 3-1 your count. Brings the heat and paints the corner for ball 2 and brings the count full on Lainey Urahara. As 2 outs now in this top of the 4th inning, as Lovington would like to put some more runs on the board. And this is going to come in inside for ball 4, and Urahara takes first. So now runners on first and second brings up Sienna DePorto, the catcher, up to the plate. And DePorto had an RBI. She reached, I believe, on an error.
Yeah, reached on an error.
But she had an RBI out of the deal. She had a 2 RBI double her second time up at the plate. Grounded out her first time. So she
1 for
is
3.
1 for 3. This is her 4th plate appearance of the day. She watches the first one come in high for ball number 1. Runners on first and second is Roland, the catcher. Quick to come out from behind the plate and threaten to throw down. Keep those runners at first and second. It's DePorto back in the box. 1-0 the count. This one outside, ball number 2. 2-0 the count. 2 runners on, 2 outs, top of the 4th. Lovington, 15-5 your score, 10-run lead. Looking to put a few more, pad that just a little bit more. And a smoking hit right up the center as Gonzalez has to kind of duck to keep her face in one piece. And that's going to score a run. As coming in from second is Corral. So that's going to be an RBI single for DePorto, and she'll have a courtesy runner come in for her. A smoking hit right up the center. Urahara moving over to second, and they're going to put number Reyes out on first to run for DePorto. So 2 outs, 2 on, runners on first and second. Lovington scoring a run, 16-5 now. And Riley Dunlap up at the bat, and that comes in on the inside corner for strike 1. Dunlap was hit by a pitch her last time up and ended up crossing the plate. And she swings and tips this one, but it rolls foul for strike number 2. 0-2 on Dunlap, 2 outs. Runners on first and second. Lovington has scored a run in this inning. They would like to add to that. Gonzalez back on the mound for Portales after pitching the first game. And this pitch comes in and slapping at a high outside one and sending it out, drifting back from shortstop to catch that. And that's the 3rd out. So a fly out to the shortstop ends the inning for Lovington. They score 1 run though, and we'll be back with the bottom of the 4th inning as Portales comes up to bat. 16-5 your score. Lovington leading. More Wildcat softball coming up on the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Looking for tubing testing and scanning in the Permian Basin? Call Empire Services. Empire's been in business since 2012 and has maintained the professional and dependable service company for tubing testing and scanning. Empire Services, a proud supporter of all Lovington High School athletics. The team at Empire Services wishes the Cat athletes the best of luck this season. Don't forget, if you're in need of tubing testing and scanning, call Empire Services at 575-318-6465, 318-6465. Hey, all you Lovington Wildcat fans! Lovington sports are in full swing, and at the Lovington schools, they'd like for you to come out and cheer on the Lovington Wildcats. Lovington Schools is the best district in all of Lee County. For more information on the Lovington Schools, please log on to lovingtonschools.net. And don't forget to support the Lovington Schools and the Lovington Wildcats.
Lovington Frankensteins together a run, 1 run on 1 hit. No errors committed by Portales and 2 runners left stranded. We head to the bottom half of the 4th inning. Lovington up by 11, 16-5, and with the call, here's Dawn Morgan.
Bottom of the order, due up for Portales as number 1 item Lujan will come to the plate. She grounded out to the shortstop her first time up. She is 0 for 1. Portales trailing by 11 runs in this one. 16-5 is your score. And the first pitch is going to be low for ball number 1. So 1-0 is the count. As the lights come on the field. Oh, just a bit of a cool breeze kicking up, a little bit stronger coming in from center field. And a swing and foul for strike 1, 1-1. As Lujan is a left-handed batter. So she slaps at it, and she slapped at that one, but slapped it foul. 1-1 your count. She's the first batter up. Top of the 4th inning, or bottom of the 4th inning, rather. Slaps at this one, and again sends it over to the Wildcat dugout.
Nice job on the footwork there by Coach McCraw. Maybe he's trying out for the Wildcat soccer team next year.
He managed to, he caught one earlier, or almost, he kind of bobbled it, but he caught one in the doorway of the dugout earlier. This one he kicked away.
Yeah, I had to give him an EC on the other one.
1-2 is your count, slap, and another foul ball off to the left. So 1-2, your count remains. With a Daphne Urahara on the mound, DePorto catching, Olguin on first, Hernandez on second. Angelina Corral on third, Morales and shortstop, Chloe Corral in left, Marcus center, Dunlap in right. So Lovington has had no changes in their fielding since starting this game, and another slap and another foul ball off to the left, hitting the Lady Wildcat dugout. So 1-2, still your count. Abby Marquez is hanging tough and slapping at close pitches, spoiling them off. As Daphne Urahara would like to just close this out, get a strikeout on her. And another foul back. This one to the screen on the left side.
She did hit the little birdie that was sitting on top of the wire there.
Do you get, is there like a teddy bear or something you get when that happens? I don't know. It's kind of like Carnival when you hit that. Does it go ding? And
Yeah, I don't know. I think the bird was just kind of maybe tweeted as it flew off, disgustedly there. But
so 1-2, your count still. I think it's about the 84th pitch that Urahara has had to pitch to Lujan. This one, swing and that foul tipped.
Got just a piece of it.
Just enough to stay alive. So 1-2, still again, some more. Here we are in this bottom of the 4th inning. Things have gotten a little bit quiet now. Lovington with an 11-run lead. Slap, a swing, and a miss, and a strikeout. So Lujan goes down swinging, first out in this at-bat. And that is going to be the second strikeout of this game for Daphne Urahara. And that's going to bring up the top of the order. Number 5, Tegan Faust, your shortstop, a left-hander. And she swings away. And again, swinging behind it just a little. sends it, fouls it off to the left for strike number one. And you heard one of the, I think it was one of the parents, one of the fans down in the stands, talking to the Lady Cats when she came up to bat. You know what's going to happen. And swing and a miss, so strike 2, 0-2. Telling the Lady Cats, you know what's going to happen. You know what she's going to do, so be ready. 0-2 your count, 1 out. Slap at that one and fouls it off to the left again, just beyond the Lady Cat dugout. So count remains 0-2.
And again, the fan said, you know what you're going to see. And so if you're over at third, if you're corral, you play right on that baseline and about where she's at probably. And, just try and snag it and be ready to make a strong throw across the diamond.
She slaps at this. And stopping it is Corral, but she stops it but bobbles it, not able to make a throw. And Faust is quick. And she takes first. So in E5 has Faust on first base. 1 out, 1 runner on. Brings up number 7, Cashlyn Fraze, to the plate. Fraze, your center fielder. One of the few players not involved in the swap when they put Gonzalez back on the mound.
Yeah, I think we missed the signal up here for one of us to go in somewhere.
Yeah, she shows bunt. And there's a throw by DePorto in, but sliding under the tag is Faust. She's quick. So a stolen base by Faust puts her into scoring position with 1 out.
And actually, I think if DePorto doesn't have to double clutch on that, she probably gets her. It was a good, strong throw.
It was. DePorto's got a great throw. She can throw from a crouch and hit and peg second base. Shows bunt, lays down a beauty along the first base line. Coming up is Olguin to field it, throws it back to Hernandez at first. So a little sac bunt does move the runner. Faust able to go to third on that. So a sac bunt for Fraze and a beauty. I tell you what, that's something that Portales is very good at, that a lot of teams really can't do well and don't have several players who can bunt. And Portales is very strong in that area. So 2 outs now. Adri Garcia up at the plate. Adri started as a pitcher. 0-1 is the count on Garcia. Runner sitting over there on third. That's Faust. 2 outs. Swing and fouls this one straight back over our heads in the press box.
And again, you wonder why I didn't park right back there.
No, I did not wonder at all when you pulled in. I knew you were trying to protect the vehicle, parking well off to the left. We hope.
And protected behind another vehicle, too. So
So 0-2 your count on Garcia with Faust on third base. 2 outs. Oh, and there's a well-hit ball. It's going to fall into foul territory there. In shallow left field, but in foul territory. So your count remains 0-2. Garcia is very capable of smacking the ball. We saw her hit an over the fence, out of the park homer in that first game. She started as pitcher in this game. Gonzalez coming back in relief. Oh, and a call, strike 3 over the corner, and she knew it. She took off and knew that was a strike. So the third strikeout by Daphne Urahara, and 4 up, 3 down with no runners across for Portales. We go to the top of the 5th inning. Lovington with an 11-run lead. 16-5 your score. Back with more Lady Cat softball on One Radio Square Sports and the Walmart Digital.
Attention shoppers, Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
Devon Energy is proud to support the athletic programs of Lovington High School this season. By partnering with local schools in Lovington, Devon is making an investment in the long-term future of the community. Sports teach discipline, teamwork, and leadership. Skills our youth will use to succeed for a lifetime. From the Devon team to yours, Devon Energy wishes you good luck this season, both on the field and in the classroom. Go Wildcats!
And back here in Portales, no runs, no hits, one error committed by Lovington, and one runner left on. We head to the fifth. Lovington with the big lead, 16-5 with the call. Dawn Morgan.
And Daphne Urahara, the pitcher, up first for Lovington. First pitch comes in, and it is low for ball number 1. Also, between games, I had a chance to talk briefly with Kaylee Vega. I'll tell you more about that in a second. And a nice line drive hit right over the second baseman. Goes out in right field. Baca picks it up, throws in, and that's going to be a single for Daphne Urahara.
Very important for Lovington to move Daphne, or actually Myra Castro, who's going to courtesy run for her, around. Only up by 11. I think you need to be up by at least 13 if you want to call this one good and 3 more outs.
Yeah, I think every run that they can pad on the board is going to be important for Lovington. So yes, hit early, move those base runners around and across the plate, and a swing and a long high fly ball out into left field. Lujan gets under it and gets it. Makes the throw into second, but Urahara, after tagging up, stands up, doesn't even have to slide in, stands up safely, and that wasn't Urahara. That's Castro, the courtesy runner for her. So that's going to move a runner, though, as that was Chloe Corral smacking the first pitch she saw way out into left field, but a fly out to 7 for the first out for Lovington, and that brings up Jocelyn O'Gean. She hits a long fly ball over to the left, and it goes out of play.
Heading to the parking lot.
Yeah, there is no fence on that side. That's interesting. I really just noticed that on the left field side, the right field, there is a fence, but it's even with the dugout, and there's no, on the right side, there's a bullpen and some other stuff over there. Oh, and this comes in low and inside. Roland jumps on that and comes out to make sure that that Castro on second doesn't go anywhere. But O'Gean with a 1-1 count on her. Count is even. Runner on second in scoring position. 1 out. And a nice fast ball lifted high into the air. It's going to go again to Lujan. She drifts back just a little bit to catch it and makes the second out, but tagging up and then moving over to third is Castro. So again, O'Gean gives it a ride, and the second ball in a row that's hit out to left field and caught out there by Lujan. So 2 outs, and top of the order back up for Lovington, Avery Marquez.
Oh my goodness! And they're gonna say Castro did not tag up, and so they are gonna double her off, and so Castro will actually be out. Let's see, she'll be out 7 to 5 to 1 to 4
because
for out number 3.
They had to throw in and actually throw to the bag that she missed. You have to throw to the bag that she missed tagging up on, and that is where you're called out. So a call 3, so a base running error, and that is costly for Lovington, but they remain 11 runs up, 16-5 your score, and we'll be back with the bottom of the 5th inning here at Portales on Noir Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
Back here in Portales, a base running error turns into a fly out and then force out double play as Holguin flies out to left. And then, I've never written this in a scorebook before in my life, 7-5-1-4 for the force out at second after a non-tag up. So, okay, here we go. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. I'm TJ Miracle with that odd explanation, and here's Dawn Morgan with the call for the 5th.
An unconventional 3 up, 3 down sends Portales back out Back into the dugout and up to the plate is number 21, Kinsey Rowland, the catcher.
And Portales needs 2 runs to make this to get this into the 6th inning.
And the first pitch is a call, strike one on the outside corner. I'm surprised Rowland watched that go by, as that was a good job. You know, Daphne Urahara has pitched a pretty good game, a solid game coming in this one. 3 strikeouts so far, no walks and no hit by pitch. First, second pitch is going to be high for ball 1. 1-1 is your count on Rowland now. As yes, it is 16-5, and Lovington has an 11-run lead if they hold Portales here. Oh, and a call, strike 2 on the inside corner. Urahara with a nice fast ball on the inside corner, clipping it. 1-2 your count. So if they manage to hold Portales, then at the end of this at-bat, they would win on the run rule. And Rowland connects, but spins it out of play over our heads here. So the count remains 1-2. So this is do or die time for Portales, as the Lady Rams have to put at least 1 run across to just get it to a 10 run, but they need to put 2 across to keep the game from being over. And a sharply hit ball to third base. Corral picks it up and throws it over to Olguin. 5-3 for the first out. And
a nice job there by Corral as she went down on the knee, made sure that she used both hands, and then, Rowland, had enough time that she saw it because she hit it hard enough to fire it over there in plenty of time. And as you mentioned, nice job by Olguin, 1 away. And so now it'll be Hinterleiter coming to the plate.
Just good basics, good basic fielding, and that's going to be foul.
Just barely.
Just hit over along the third base line, and it goes foul before Corral puts a glove on it, before it gets to third base. So it becomes strike 1 on Hinterleiter.
Very close play.
Sharply hit ball for sure. 1 out in this bottom of the 5th inning, as Portales has got to put 2 on the board to keep this game from being over at the end of their at-bat. And way in front of that just a little bit and hitting under it, Hinterleiter spins it back out of play over our heads.
And by the sound of the crowd, I think somebody lost a windshield.
There was a
big
oohing. There was an oohing and maybe an ouch in there. So strike 2, though. 0-2 is your count on Hinterleiter. 1 out in this bottom of the 5th. And a swing and a miss as Urahara gets her to chase one that's a little high and outside. Of course, Hinterleiter in protect the plate mode on that. So that is strikeout number 4 for Urahara, and Portales is down to their last out to keep from losing this game. They've got to get something going here, and Lovington, if they want to win this, they need to shut them down and get this 3rd out and claim this 2nd game after losing the first one in the doubleheader. They definitely want to win this one. 16-5 is your score. Lovington ahead. Gonzalez up to the plate. 2 outs, nobody on. And the first pitch is going to come in high for ball number 1. 1-0 the count. As the sun just about almost completely down now. The lights full on here. A little cool air. Not much of a breeze right now. The flag out in center field. Pretty limp. And the pitch comes in. Swung on. A high fly ball coming in. On it is Lujan. She's got it. She hangs on to it. And the game is over. And Lovington wins 16-5. Picking up the 2nd of this doubleheader. We'll be back to wrap things up after a few words from our sponsors right here in Portales with Lady Wildcat Softball and Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports.
Welding Supply, Inc., the only locally owned and operated welding supply shop in Lee County. Why is shopping local important? There are many reasons. Shopping local keeps your dollar right here in Lee County. The staff at General Welding Supply shops the same stores you do. How about support? General Welding Supply supports local by sponsoring schools and youth sports. Shop General Welding Supply in Hobbs and Lovington. General Welding Supply, a proud supporter of Lovington sports. Find them fast in names and numbers.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart Hub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle's new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that helps keep your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington, your Napa Auto Store.
We're the pharmacy that you've trusted for over 75 years. Being open for that length of time can only happen with consistency, service, and local engagement. Now a Pharmacy has supported the local youth in City of Lovington for over 75 years. When you need a pharmacist, you can trust that Now a Pharmacy will be there for your needs. Go by Now a Pharmacy located at 122 West Adams in Lovington today. Now a Pharmacy, a proud supporter of the Lovington Wildcats.
Looking for tubing testing and scanning in the Permian Basin? Call Empire Services. Empire's been in business since 2012 and has maintained the professional and dependable service company for tubing testing and scanning. Empire Services, a proud supporter of all Lovington High School athletics. The team at Empire Services wishes the Cat athletes the best of luck this season. Don't forget, if you're in need of tubing testing and scanning, call Empire Services at 575-318-6465, 318-6465. Hey, all you Lovington Wildcat fans! Lovington sports are in full swing, and at the Lovington schools, they'd like for you to come out and cheer on the Lovington Wildcats. Lovington Schools is the best district in all of Lee County. For more information on the Lovington Schools, please log on to lovingtonschools.net. And don't forget to support the Lovington Schools and the Lovington Wildcats.
And welcome back to Lovington Lady Cats softball from New Allmark Digital and One Radio Square Sports. The Lady Cats victorious in Game 2 of this doubleheader, so earning the split. And very important that they got this win, Dawn Morgan.
Yeah, 16-5 was your final score in this one, and this is how they got there. Let's start with Portales. They had 5 runs on 6 hits, 4 left on base. They commit 7 errors, and that's interesting because in that first game, Portales committed 0 errors. So that's kind of a telling statistic on that one. Not only that, but just not hitting the ball as well and leaving several on base. But Lovington has 16 runs on 12 hits. They leave 5 on base, and they commit only 2 errors. So they had a much more clean fielding in this, in a much better defensive game in this second one. And the winning pitcher is Daphne Urahara, who started this for Lovington. She ends up with 4 strikeouts, no walks, no hit by pitch, and she ends up being the winning pitcher in this one. Lovington dropped that first one to Portales just by 1 run. It was 9-8, a thrilling game, and that means they split this doubleheader. But it is very important, as Lovington is being seen as one of those teams that may be kind of on the bubble and may be vying for one of those 2 spots for state, and you've got to start looking at that. This is district now, and they have played 4 district games. They are 3-1 in district play right now, and that's important for them as they move ahead and try to amass the best district record they can to look best when the seeding committee starts making decisions on which teams to take in the top 8 for the playoffs for state tournament.
Yeah,
and
just win the thing, and then you don't have to worry about it.
And I mentioned that Daphne Urahara doing a nice job on the mound. She pitched today. Her sister, Eleni Urahara, pitched the first game, and you'll notice that the ace pitcher for Lovington, Kaylee Vega, did not play in ice. She didn't pitch and she didn't play in either game, and I got a chance to talk briefly with her between games, and she injured her pinky finger while she was working out. She was actually doing her strength training, and she kind of, her finger got caught up. She kind of let go of one of the weights funny, and it ended up pinching her pinky, and she had 4 stitches in that.
Ouch.
So she goes back to the doctor, she said, on Tuesday, and she'll know she can't play at all this week. She goes back to the doctor on Tuesday to get reassessed and to see if she's able to play any of the games next week. So the good news is that, with Daphne Urahara doing a nice job in this second game, and Lainey Urahara, a capable, solid pitcher as well. So we do want to see Kaylee Vega get rehabbed quickly from that little injury, that oopsie, and be able to come back and start pitching again as quickly as possible for Lovington, so that they have their complete team in place to play their best, for the rest of the district season.
Well, absolutely. Of course, the district season will continue on Saturday as the Lady Cats will have their district home opener as they welcome the Lady Bulldogs of Artesia to Lady Wildcat Field. That'll be right now tentatively scheduled for, with the weather, who knows, but right now scheduled for 11 o'clock on Saturday morning. Tomorrow we will have the Lovington boys team. They were scheduled to play tonight. That game had to be postponed. That doubleheader against Portales had to be postponed until tomorrow because of a lack of umpires in southeastern New Mexico. So that game will actually be tomorrow starting at 4 o'clock here on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and also on the Lovington tab at HobbsAmerica.com.
So congratulations again to Lovington, the Lady Cats, coming back in a very decisive fashion in this second game of the doubleheader, ruling Portales 16-5 after 5 complete innings played, and they now have a 3-1 district record as we get ready to sign off tonight, and we will be back in action with more softball and baseball action coming soon. So for TJ Miracle, I'm Dawn Morgan. Any final thoughts or words, TJ?
Just go Lady Cats, and let's see what happens on Saturday.
All right, and we'll be back. But in the meantime, thank you for listening and watching, and good night, everybody.